with Bernard Hepton as Cardinal Albino Luciani, later Pope John Paul I, Hugh Dixon as Cardinal Vio, the Vatican Secretary of State, Bob Sherman as Cardinal Marcinkus, head of the Vatican Bank, Clifford Rose as Cardinal Karol Wojtyła, later Pope John Paul II, Bert Caesar as Cardinal Umberto, and Geoffrey Whitehead as Cardinal Iago. Death of an unimportant pope.
The gentleman is here.
Good. Send him in. I will let you know when we need coffee.
Yes, sir. I asked your name. They wouldn't tell me. They said I must simply address you as Your Eminence.
I am a guest in this house and in this country. It would be better if the story I have to tell remains anonymous.
You want to tell me a story?
If you wish to hear it, yes.
Always ready to hear a story, Your Eminence. Particularly when it's surrounded in a little mystery. Mind if I sit down?
Please. Please do.
I get a letter from this very prestigious address telling me that a cardinal who knows my work would like to meet me. An appointment is made. I arrive. I'm told I can't know the cardinal's name or which country he's from. Which writer wouldn't be fascinating? It's obviously a mystery story.
No, young man. It's a murder story.
Ah.
The story of the murder of a pope. A story almost 20 years old, but only in the last few years has it all become so clear to me. What it was all about. Why the murder had to happen. I believe if some people know the truth, my life too would be in peril.
If who knows?
We will come to that. But first, the story.
Do you mind if I take some notes?
That's fine. It started with a death, and it ended with a death, and between the two there were just 60 days. The first death, that of Pope Paul VI, was anticipated. Preparations were well in hand by the time he breathed his last. Telephones immediately ringing all around the Vatican.
Banco Ambrosiano, can I help you?
Yes, put me through to Calvi, quick as you can.
Who is this?
Archbishop Marcinkus, head of the Vatican Bank.
Oh, one moment, please, sir. I'll see if Mr. Calvi is free to take your call.
Archbishop?
Roberto, heard the news?
Heard.
Paul's turned toes up and gone to meet his maker.
Good grief.
Good friend. I'll miss him.
When did he die?
Hour ago.
Will it affect us?
And how? Every head of department now stands down, including me.
But you can't stand down, Paul. We can't let the deal go off the boil now. It'll be concluded within a fortnight.
Yes, don't you?
We're talking millions here and a very delicate political situation. If the Italian government discover we're using the Vatican Bank to save our clients a fortune in tax, we're all in real trouble.
You think I don't know that? I've got to be around to fend off any difficult questions.
What can you do?
Talk to Vio. He's in charge until conclave and next the new pope. See what his mood is. Maybe I'll get a bit noisy. In the meantime, maybe you can give Michele Sindona a call. Warn him there could be a snag.
I'll do that. Let me know what happens.
Sure thing. Bye, Roberto. Paul, my old chum, I'll never forgive you. What a time to choose to die.
Even as I say it, I can't really believe it could happen. Michele Sindona, who was finally declared the biggest crook in the history of Italy, was brought into the Vatican Bank.
By whom? Who brought him in?
Pope Paul VI. They were friends when he was Bishop of Milan. Having milked the bank of millions, Sindona moved on, leaving his place to another crook.
Roberto Calvi?
The same. Manager of the giant Banco Ambrosiano. Furthermore, Calvi and Sindona belonged to a very powerful but illegal Masonic lodge known as P2, which was corrupt from top to bottom. There wasn't a political party that wasn't tainted. The military was involved, the judiciary. Every figure of power was sucked into this sewer of masonry. And though canon law forbids any Catholic to join the Masons on pain of excommunication, it was claimed many of the hierarchy inside the Vatican and Rome were active Freemasons. Probably not. But Michele Sindona and Roberto Calvi definitely were. Liccio Gelli, head of P2, was their master. When he shouted, Sindona and Calvi jumped.
And when Calvi shouted, Marcinkus jumped as well?
No, but he did see the sense in Calvi's schemes for saving taxes and making more and more money for Mother Church.
Could he have known, suspected that Liccio Gelli and the P2 Masons were indirectly controlling some aspects of the Vatican finances?
Probably not. Liccio was very much a sleeping partner, but never more than a telephone call away. The same as with Michele Sindona.
Mr. Sindona, please. Thank you. Michele? Roberto. We have a slight problem. You heard? Yes, the Secretary of State, Cardinal Vio, is now in charge. No, Marcinkus should by right stand down. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm talking to Liccio as soon as I finish this conversation. See if he can put a little pressure to bear. Let's hope Vio's mind can be changed. Yes, I'm sure you're right, but only if he's on the list. I'll leave that with you.
The day after Paul's death was announced, we cardinals based in Rome gathered in the Sala Bologna for a get-together known as the General Congregation. There were 19 of us at the first meeting. As tradition demanded, the most senior cardinal, Confalonieri, took the chair, but the French Cardinal Vio took charge of the meeting.
Order. Your Eminences, it really would make these proceedings move much more smoothly if we could contain ourselves to the matters in hand. Namely, the date the funeral shall take place, length of mourning, and start of conclave.
Cardinal Vio, as chairman of this meeting, I would like to say at the outset that I think it ridiculous that I and others here present should be refused a vote at conclave simply because we are over 80.
Yes, sir. The rules of conduct issued by our dear departed Pope Paul are specific. His Romano Pontifici Elegandi will be followed to the last letter.
But it will totally disrupt the conclave. You remove the balance of our votes from the proceedings and you let in the 34 third world cardinals His Holiness saw fit to elect during the last few years. Then you have a recipe for chaos. We must be given back the vote.
There will be no chaos. And the rule will remain in force until another pontiff sees fit to change it. Same with all the other rules on conclave, including absolute secrecy.
My friend Cardinal Umberto and I didn't take it personally, even though we were two of the third world cardinals. And nobody, of course, mentioned that by removing the old Curio right-wing duffers and bringing in a new potential wild bunch of third-world lefties, this would probably ensure that the political thrust of Paul's rule could continue.
And what was that thrust?
A gentle rapprochement or understanding with the communists. This would no doubt go on, grow and gain strength. Some would say good news for the communists and some European cardinals, but an anathema to the Curial cardinals. The drift to red couldn't be guaranteed, of course, but there again, what could be guaranteed at conclave, apart from rumor and scandal?
All cardinals worldwide have been informed of His Holiness' demise, and are even now flying in. All papal palaces and accommodation have been sealed as is required, and all cardinals in charge of departments are to resign forthwith.
Including you?
Except me, and Archbishop Paul Marcinkus.
And why isn't the head of the Vatican Bank standing down?
Step down? You're joking.
I'm not in the habit of joking on such serious matters, Archbishop. It is instructed in the Elegandi that all holders of office, except the Carmelengo, should step down.
If I do, then the Vatican Bank falls to pieces. There are hundreds of contracts in the process of being negotiated. Deals are being done every day.
I understand.
No, with respect, I don't think you do. With respect, you can't just walk away and say we're shutting up shop until we've got a new pope. That is not the way it works.
Well, let's face it. Mother Church can't survive on prayer alone. If this latest deal goes down, it will cost us millions, and you have a new pope to answer to, and I'll be there to say, I told you so. The Church needs to be clear. It needs the cash flow I generate. And there's a deal being done right now at this moment with Banco Ambrosiano and certain other parties. And it's enormously important to our finances that they are completed on time.
What sort of deal?
Cardinal, please. Do you really want to stand here talking about shares and bonds and corporate cash flows while you've got a conclave to organize?
No, that's quite true.
So do I stand down and lose us millions? Or stay on and make another bunch of bucks?
You may retain your position until conclave is concluded and the chosen pope makes his new appointments.
Very sensible, Cardinal Vio. A good decision.
As there is a great deal of investment action at the moment with the Vatican Bank and Banco Ambrosiano and other unnamed parties, it seemed appropriate in the circumstances to let Archbishop Marcinkus remain in place as head of the bank.
After the disgraceful Sindona business, there are those who would say that Marcinkus should no longer be in charge at all.
With respect, Your Eminence, this is not the forum for that particular discussion. It is in fact a matter for the new Pope. Moving on, I would now like to suggest a timetable for your approval. The funeral is to be in 5 days' time on Saturday, August the 12th.
This was to be followed by 9 days of mourning before conclave was scheduled to meet on August the 25th.
How did you pass the time?
Oh, very pleasantly. I often met with my good friend Cardinal Umberto. He too was an exile from his homeland, like me, a refugee in Rome. We had a lot in common. He was also a very good source of information and scandal, knowing all the latest on the papabile. A papabile means those most likely to be chosen as Pope. The whole industry has grown up over the years in the art of coming up with the name of the Pope before deliberations in conclave even begin.
But why should that be of such major interest?
For a start, politically, the papacy is an immensely important office. It is widely known that Americans and the Russians spend fortunes and use the most sophisticated equipment to try to discover who will be elected Pope.
Yes, but why?
Well, so they can be prepared for the worst. Or the best, depending on the final outcome. If he was pro-communist, the Reds would be gleeful, the Americans fearful. If anti-communist, the other way around. The Americans would be jumping up and down for joy. Whereas the press and the radio reporters were simply hungry for tidbits of inside information, so they grabbed any available cardinal or knowledgeable priest and picked their brains desperate to get a good story. I wanted to get on the gravy train as well. A young researcher called Jacqueline de Vere had invited me to dinner to pick my brains, and Umberto was to be my meal ticket. So, Umbo, time to sing for your supper. Who is in with the greatest chance?
Okay, here we go. The odds, according to the bookmakers, are City as firm favorite, 3-1. Then neck and neck, they've got Baggio and Vio, 4-1. Followed by Benelli, Vio second in command, who is 7-1.
All Italian.
Of course. And Curial favorites to a man. However, after the first bunch, they get a little more daring.
Oh, really?
They have Wojtyła and Koenig 8-1, while Hume from England is a rank outsider.
Any surprises you've picked up?
Yes, Benelli. He's on the list, but it's rumored he's no longer papabile and is playing the kingmaker instead.
And who does he propose will be king?
Albino Luciani, the patriarch of Venice.
Albino? Surely not.
You know him?
Well, I've met him a couple of times at various gatherings. He's much too nice and gentle to be Pope, but halfway tough enough.
You could be right. Have you read his book?
Illustrissimi. Yes.
Great idea. Talking over your theoretical worries with long-dead historical figures.
Quite. Any other choice?
Cardinal Celestino Baggio.
Oh.
He comes surrounded by a delicious bit of gossip, which may do him good or harm, depending which camp you're in.
Oh, what's he been up to?
He dared to venture to Chicago.
To Codyland?
Yep. Pope Paul sent him to tell John Patrick Cody he had better resign forthwith, or else.
And Baggio went?
Yes.
Now there's a brave man.
What?
You are to resign.
How dare he even suggest such a thing? Paul has had more money from me than the rest of the cardinals put together.
The Holy Father is deeply displeased with you.
Displeased?
We have it all, Cardinal Cody. There are hundreds of letters of complaint about you from your nuns and priests of your parish.
Bunch of commies, a lot of them.
We know you have not only been selling schools and turning priests and nuns out of their properties without warning, but we also know you have been expelling black children from schools in your diocese for no reason.
They're not Catholics, goddammit. Why should I pay good money to educate black kids in my school?
We also know about your mistress.
Helen Wilson is not my mistress. Helen Wilson is my cousin.
You gave her thousands of dollars to buy a new home in Florida. Took out insurance on your life that she will benefit from. Falsified bookkeeping to get her a bigger pension.
I've had enough of this. Get out of here.
You have put church insurance business in the way of her son David.
Get out. You hear me, you Italian bum? You get out or I'll throw you out.
You have refused point blank to account for the income in your diocese assessed at over $100 million a year.
I warned you. I warned you. You can tell Paul there's no way I resign. Not till hell freezes over.
You must resign, Cardinal Cody. You must
Versailles? My God, is all that true?
Who knows? Baggio wasn't talking and the Pope couldn't. Cody had certainly been a thorn in his flesh and he wanted him out of office. But whether Baggio made the journey, I don't know. Gossip at the time inferred he did. What we do know is that Chicago was a Catholic disaster area, with Cody running it like a personal fiefdom.
But how does Cody tie in with the rest of your story?
First, he was a great friend of his fellow Chicagoan Archbishop Paul Marcinkus. Second, it was openly whispered that Cody was using the Vatican Bank as a conduit to get millions of dollars to the Polish underground.
Why?
Well, the Poles were Cody's people. He bled for them, suffering under the tyrant's yoke. If he could get enough money to them, maybe it would bring the communists down. He was obsessed with it. Anything to destroy the Red Menace.
What happened to him?
Nothing. Cody was safe. The Pope died before he could take further action. Any business on the table, when the Pope dies, goes straight into the archive unless the next Pope chooses to take an interest.
I see.
So, of course, Cody, having arrived in Rome, was awaiting the outcome of the conclave with very keen interest.
Archbishop Marcinkus, a word, please.
What's the whisper on the Vatican corridor? Who gets the job?
The Curial Cardinals have agreed that Siri is the one who won't rock the boat. Now, there's a firm push to get them all behind him before the first vote.
Then he's our man. I'll get the rest of the Americans behind him as well. Where are the dangers?
Benelli and Felici.
What?
Yeah, they've both been nosing around, making inquiries. I think they'd have me out. Benelli is Papabile, but is rumored to favor Albino Luciani. It would be a disaster. He's never forgiven me for selling the People's Bank in Venice to Roberto Calvi.
Often did I warn you, be careful who you crap on the way up.
Because you'll meet them on the way down, yeah. Well, let's just wait and see. The good news is whoever gets the gong, it'll be a year before they stand me down. Plenty enough time to put the house in order before the auditors move in.
You're certain it'll be a year?
Guaranteed. Any quicker and would set bells ringing and damage the bank standing in the marketplace. Leo's bound to point that out to whoever gets in the hot seat. But whatever happens, we're in the clear for 12 months.
Good. If the situation changes, I need to know.
You will within the hour.
The funeral having taken place and the 9 days of mourning having passed, it was almost time to go into conclave. But first, I had my date with a delightful young English researcher, Jacqueline de Vere.
It was very kind of you to see me, Your Eminence.
How could I allow myself to be the only third world cardinal who hasn't spoken with the charming Miss de Vere?
Oh, you've heard. Please sit down.
Indeed. You have become quite a talking point, particularly among the Italians. They're feeling very left out.
Oh, my associate Richard and I made a decision at the outset that he would meet with the Italians and I would handle everybody else, third world and European cardinals. It was only we could manage to talk to you all in the short time available.
Your order?
Just the soup and a pasta, please.
And the same for me, please.
And a bottle of your best red.
Yes, madam. So, tell me, how well are you doing?
Oh, great. We've a very sophisticated program and all the details being fed into the computer as it's collected. Everybody so far has been enormously helpful and open.
Who is the information for?
Well, we're subcontracted to some American company, but nobody's saying who they are. But it's got to be big. We're costing a fortune.
CIA?
No. They'll have their own computers to work it out. Could be using us to confirm what they find, of course. Though I say it myself. We're very good.
So, tomorrow we move into conclave, and as we go in, you have to tell your client who will be the next pope before we decide.
I'll let my company know. They inform the client. It's very exciting, and we're pretty sure we know the answer already. Would you like to know who we think it'll be and give your opinion on our judgment?
No, thank you, my dear. It might colour my judgment somewhat, and we can't have that, not before conclave.
Oh, of course. Sorry.
I'll tell you what. Write the name down and put it in an envelope. I'll open it after the voting has finished. If you get it right, I'll take you out to dinner.
And if I get it wrong, my firm can take you out again.
Sounds an excellent bargain. I wonder how many others are engaged in trying to second-guess the result.
Why did you presume it was the CIA?
Always a natural suspicion for a South American cardinal. They're usually behind every chicanery.
As are the KGB.
As it turned out, both were equally represented in the bugging stakes.
We have carried out the searches requested, Your Eminence.
And?
The whole area has been bugged.
Listening devices?
Yes.
How many have been found?
Over here, please. 9 so far.
But who would install these things?
So far, it's running neck and neck. 4 of the bugs are definitely Soviet and 4 definitely American. This one we can't be sure of.
Have they been freshly planted?
Some, others, like this, could have been here for years.
And they're spread throughout this whole area where conclave will take place?
Yes, Your Eminence. Sleeping area, bathrooms, a Sistine Chapel, everywhere.
Well, there is no other solution. We must move into the 20th century, Mr. Chipan. The technicians and their detectors must stay in the area and make constant sweeps until the new pope is declared and conclave concluded.
Very good, Your Eminence. It shall be arranged.
I swear to observe the oath of this conclave and touch these gospels in confirmation of this oath.
I swear to observe the oath of this conclave and touch these gospels in confirmation of this oath.
Fellow cardinals, now that you have all sworn the conclave oath, it is time to go to our cells to rest, pray, and prepare ourselves for the task ahead. The first vote will take place tomorrow morning after Mass and breakfast. We congregate here at 8:30. May the Lord God watch over us all. Amen. Amen.
A long session.
And more to come, unless it's exclamatory.
You really think we could all stand up and shout with one voice exactly the same name?
We might.
According to the bookmakers, no chance. We'll be voting it.
Interesting how the groups are already forming. See over there, Felici and Benelli deep in conversation with Pellegrino.
Plotting for an Italian victory, no doubt.
Of course, but as they're opposed to Siri, I wonder who their man will be.
No, I do not think it will be an exclamatory victory. There's not a strong enough candidate, and there are too many wild cards. It will go to a vote. What we must do is vote solidly for Albino Luciani from the start, so he has a good bedrock to build on for the second and third round.
Cardinal Benelli, you speak wisely, but there is a lot of word of mouth for Siri, and there has been an enormous amount of canvassing by the old guard on his behalf. He is a safe, competent manager and won't rock the curial boat. Wouldn't he be a good bet?
But that would leave Cody and Marchinkas exactly where they are. That must not happen. They have to be exposed. Exactly. Believe me. Siri will fade after the second or third vote.
Yes.
Once the Third World and the European cardinals come to their senses, they'll be behind Albino Luciani to a man.
Largo, we are surrounded by plotting cardinals. Over there, Wojtyła, Wyszynski, Koenig, Willy Brandt, all heads together.
Surely they can't be hoping to put forward a European candidate.
First round, maybe. Mind you, I can't see 400 odd years of Italian papal rule coming to an end. There would be as much chance of you or I getting the job.
Which there is, of course, no chance. Too young, too inexperienced.
And in my case, too black.
Cardinal Luciani heading purposefully in our direction.
Iago, I have been looking for you. I have a little present.
Good to see you again. This is my good friend, Cardinal Umberto.
Your Eminence.
I have heard good things of you, Your Eminence, and of your exemplary work while in Rome. For you both, a copy of my book, Illustrissimi.
We spoke of it only yesterday. We both enjoyed it.
We did indeed.
Good. We'll keep the copy anyway. Otherwise, I shall have to take them all the way back to Venice. And I'm not sure my creaking old jalopy will take the weight of the return journey.
We hear your name mentioned as Papabile. How do you feel about that, Albino?
May God have mercy on me. Never in 1,000 years. I have much too much to attend to in my own poor parish, and in these troublesome times, Mother Church is in need of a much wiser head than mine. Remember the rules of conclave? You would have to stand before me and say, "Do you accept?" I, of course, will simply say, "Much too busy."
I remember on hearing Luciani laugh, Cody turned to look in our direction. He was staring at Albino with not fear, but worry. Yes, worry. And then I realized why. He knew that when Albino was Patriarch of Venice, he had crossed swords very badly with Archbishop Marcinkus, and if ever Albino became Pope, Marcinkus was likely to be out on his ear, which would not be good news for Cody and his Polish pals. Marcinkus had forgotten the golden rule. Be careful who you cross on the way up. The deal he struck with Roberto Calvi in 1972, whereby Calvi's Banco Ambrosiano gained a controlling interest in the Banco Catholic del Veneto in Venice, was to Albino Luciani a stab in the back that he could not forgive. For him, you see, it symbolized the financial corruption at the heart of the church. At that time, he had even taken his outrage direct to the Vatican.
Yes, I could arrange a short audience with His Holiness, but it will do no good.
Why?
He already knows what is going on, Albino.
But he can't. He would never allow the church's own bank in Venice to be sold. If he's
Roberto Calvi was here last week. I arranged the appointment myself on the Pope's instructions. He thanked Calvi for his help in dealing with the Vatican's finances.
Well, does Vio know what's going on? Does he know that my People's Bank has been swallowed up by men with no interest in the welfare of our flock, and that they are allegedly doing it in the name of Mother Church?
Everybody knows. But nobody is doing anything.
But why, Cardinal Benelli? What is happening is sinful. It cries out for condemnation.
As far as His Holiness is concerned, Marcinkus can do no wrong. He is, after all, with Calvi's guidance, making a fortune for the church. And let's face it, with the cost of the Michaelis Indone debacle, we need it.
How much did the church lose?
Rumour says just over $76 million.
Oh, Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
Exactly. But it is a fact of life. Until Paul passes on, Marcinkus stays. Then, whoever is the next pope must make sure he goes. Cardinal Felice agrees with me.
Let us make sure it is one of you in the chair, and you both may do the deed with my blessing. Forget the appointment with His Holiness. I'll tackle Marcinkus direct.
No, the deal is done. There's nothing I can do about it.
My people are suffering. Parishes are going to go bankrupt. You must do something.
How often must I say there's nothing I can do? Now, my job here is to run a very large bank as efficiently as I can, making as much profit as I can from Mother Church. I am not interested in your purely local financial difficulties. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm very busy.
You work on the advice of your close associate, Roberto Calvi.
Yes.
Roberto Calvi, president of Banco Ambrosiano, the bank to whom you sold our People's Bank in Venice.
It was a good deal.
For whom, Archbishop Marcinkus? For whom?
Father, there's the door. Go through it. You do your job, I'll do mine. You look after your people, and I'll look after the church's money.
Remember what Jesus thought of the moneylenders in the temple? How he turned their tables over?
He could afford to turn their tables over. Jesus didn't have the Roman Catholic Church to fund. I do.
We will meet again.
I doubt it.
Did Cody know about Marcinkus' dealings with Calvi as well?
Finally, everybody knew. But Benelli had been right. Nothing would happen while the old Pope was still in office. Now he was dead. Many of us were praying for a change. Albino Luciani could perhaps bring that change. It was Saturday morning at about 9 when the first conclave ballot took place.
The voting papers having been collected and counted in the prescribed manner, I would now call upon Cardinal Caro Wojtyła to read the result of the first ballot.
Cardinal Siri, 27 votes. Cardinal Luciani, 21 votes. Cardinal...
I was watching Cody's face as Caro Wojtyła read the result. He was obviously pleased that Siri was at the forefront. While Siri had personally obstructed Pope Paul at every turn, he was a curial cardinal of the old school. Under him, Cody knew nothing would change. Both Cody and Marcinkus would be saved. The second vote followed on immediately.
Cardinal Siri, 30 votes. Cardinal Luciani, 27 votes.
Benelli was pleased to be out of the running and was now canvassing furiously for Albino Luciani. He caught Umberto and me at the lunch break.
I am advising all Third World and European cardinals to think of the possibility of Albino Luciani taking on the heavy burden of Pope. He certainly doesn't want it. I know for a fact he's giving his own vote to a candidate from the Third World. However, if the choice is Albino or Siri, God forgive me for saying it, but that is no choice. I know that Albino will be praying at this moment that it doesn't happen. I want you two to join me in praying that it does.
The voting papers having been collected and counted in the prescribed manner, I would now call upon Cardinal Caro Wojtyła to read the result of the third ballot.
Cardinal Luciani, 71 votes. Cardinal Siri, 13 votes. Cardinal Norschneider...
As Wojtyła continued to read the names of the other 18 cardinals, there was an excited whispering throughout the room. Albino was just 4 votes short of victory. We were about to have a new pope. Cody's face was white with shock. For him, this spelled disaster. Those on either side of Albino gripped his arm to give him strength. The atmosphere was electric. The next vote could be the end of conclave and the start of a new era for the church.
Cardinal Luciani, 99 votes.
Cardinal Albino Luciani, you have been elected by your fellow cardinals to be Supreme Pontiff. Do you accept?
Oh, God. Why have you laid this burden on me? Oh. I accept.
And by what name do you wish to be called?
John Paul the First.
It was then I opened the envelope given to me by Jacqueline de Ville. It predicted that Cardinal Albino Luciani would be elected Pope by between 85 to 105 votes. The remaining votes would be for Cardinal Siri. But it did not predict that 33 days later Albino Luciani would be dead.
How was the new Pope received by the people?
Initially, there was soon a sense that Pope John XXIII was walking the world once more. The new Pope's smile instantly won everyone over. After the last 2 years of Paul, he was a ray of sunshine. But soon, stories of his clashes with the old Curial Guard and with Vio, whom he had retained as Secretary of State, started circulating.
I repeat, Cardinal, there will be no coronation. There will only be a simple ceremony of dedication.
But there must be a coronation so the people can see you crowned.
There will be no crown. No diamonds, pearls, rubies, sapphires, no jewels, no feathers, no golden robes, none of it. I want none of the trappings. Let my people see from the outset I am a simple pope.
Forgive me for saying so, Your Holiness, but you're going to look awfully dull when the 4 Swiss guards lift you high on their shoulders and carry you around the square.
There will be no Swiss guards. I will be walking up the central stairs, unaccompanied, except for music. No pomp whatsoever.
You can't do this. People will have traveled days to be present. They expect a spectacular event.
Then they will be disappointed.
You're talking about destroying 1,000 years of tradition here.
Exactly.
Trouble was, having won that battle with the Curia ensured 1,000 more battles over 1,000 more petty details would soon ensue. Vio had no hesitation in quibbling over every slightest change John Paul would make.
Why was it such a battlefield so suddenly?
Well, usually a new pope will surround himself with his court. People from his own city, bring them to Rome and let them fill all the important positions. John Paul couldn't do that.
Why not?
Simple. He didn't have a court. He never developed one. Wasn't his style. He only invited his secretary, Lorenzi, Sister Vincenza, and the 3 other nuns who had worked under her to come and join him. And he retained the Irishman, Father McGee, who had been Pope Paul's secretary. Additionally, he was advised by his friend Cardinal Benelli, who was number 2 to Vio, and Cardinal Felici, who also conveniently worked in the Vatican. They were the only ones he could discuss his deep concerns with.
I would have expected certain heads to have rolled by now, Your Holiness.
Initially, I decided to simply keep with tradition, reinstating all the heads of department who stepped down during conclave, as is usual, to get business speedily moving along again, for a transitional period.
A transitional period?
Yes, in some cases for a very transitional period. We know there is corruption, both spiritual and financial, at the very core of Mother Church, and it must be eviscerated. Those in our midst who are tainted and sullied by its stench believe that tradition will protect them for a time. They are wrong, Cardinal Benelli. They expect to remain in office for at least a year. In fact, within 3 weeks, I will put the most grievous changes in hand, so God will once again rule here, and not Mammon. They are all out of office, at the latest, by the 30th of September. Cardinal Vio, how nice of you to join us.
Sorry. I thought you would be alone this time.
No, at this time I shall usually be taking dinner with friends. You must join me one evening.
Yes, I'll do that.
Was it something urgent?
No. Nothing that won't wait until tomorrow. Good night, Your Holiness.
Good night.
Cardinals.
Good night.
Sorry to have burst in.
How much did he hear?
It is of no import. I think on the whole everybody who is going to go probably already knows who they are. The only thing Vio could have overheard was the date. And the speed of it will no doubt surprise him. But what can he do?
Nothing.
I repeat, everyone's saying just a few weeks.
Are you sure?
30th of September, guaranteed.
Oh, thanks for that. Who do you hear it from?
Vio. He knows he's on the Pope's list, and he's screaming it all around the corridors of the Curia. How dare he break tradition? It must be a year at least.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Okay, thanks again. I owe you one.
Hello?
Roberto, Paul, the world's about to fall in. We have just 3 weeks to get the books back in order.
3 weeks? But that's impossible. I haven't got anywhere near enough liquid
Then
assets.
we could be facing a trial.
What's happened?
The new boy's breaking the unwritten rules. He's going to pull the plug on me September 30th at the latest. Leo probably goes too. Cody, definitely. I've got to ring him and warn him so he can close down the shutters and cover himself.
I'll talk to my friend Licio Jelly. I've paid the Masons enough. Time I called in a favor or two.
Give me Careless Indona a ring as well. He owes us a fortune. If we had it in the till in the next few days, we could probably cover the shortfall.
You made your calls. I'll make mine and we'll talk later.
Good.
Don't forget, 3 weeks is a long time in banking.
Yeah. The date's been set.
You sure?
Heard once removed from VO, September 30th.
Jeez. I thought it was up to a year.
So did I. Revenge is obviously sweet.
Can you cover all trace of the cash flow to our Polish friends?
Well, that's covered. But the rest is not so easy. On behalf of the bank, I've allowed Calvi to run a massive funding deficit, supported by a fairly worthless paper mountain.
What's he going to do about it?
Well, he's going to talk to Michaela Sindona for one. He owes us plenty.
No good. His luck ran out. He's in custody in New York.
What?
Anything else Calvi can do?
Well, he's going to talk to Licio Jelly. Are you there? Cody. Cody, can you hear me?
Look, why not get some sleep, Paul? See what develops.
Sleep? How can I sleep with this hanging over me?
He talks to Licio Jelly. Relax. 3 weeks is a long time. The P2 Masonic group can bring pressure to bear in the strangest of circles. Their links extend worldwide. So who knows what might happen? Sleep. Remember, my friend, God works in mysterious ways.
He most certainly does. The day after these conversations were rumored to have taken place, I was covering for Umberto in one of the confessionals in St. Peter's. It was quiet, the holiday season ending, not many tourists around. After a while, a man came into the confessional. When he spoke, he was obviously a son of Rome, not a tourist.
Bless me, Father, for I've sinned. It's a long time since my last confession.
Yes, my son?
I'm not really here to make a confession, Father.
Then why are you here? My son?
They're planning to kill the Pope, Father.
What?
There's a plot to kill the Pope.
But then, of God, well,
I don't know.
Then how do you know he's in danger?
I was offered the job.
You?
Yes. Don't ask why they should ask me, Father, but... It's okay, I've done bad things. But
He is my Pope, John Paolo.
Who are these people? Why should they want him dead?
It's not personal with them, Father. They're the middlemen. You never see the actual client.
How will they do it? In the name of God, you have to tell me.
It depends on who picks up the contract. There's only one important thing. It must appear an accident. You know, natural causes. So guns are out. Knives too.
Is this something you yourself have done? It's important, I know, so I can judge the truth of what you are saying. Have you done this before?
Yes, Father.
God forbid I should ask the question, but I must. If you were doing it, how would you kill him to make it look like an accident?
Usually a couple of ways. Long flight of stairs is the first. He'd fall down and appear to have smashed his head on the floor. I'd have smashed it before he fell, or just after he landed.
Holy Mother.
Second, a bath and an electrical fault is always pretty good. Clean, quick, not too noisy. Trouble with both of these, he's never alone. Always someone at his elbow. That would be the problem, getting him alone. So it has to be his bedroom.
So how would you get into the building with his apartment?
It's too easy. Money will always open Vatican doors. They wouldn't have to know what I was doing and wouldn't dare say a word after.
But how would you find the bedroom?
We know it already. Everyone in Rome does. Parents even bring their kids to wake at night. Chances are it'll be either smothering or poison. What will he do, Father? Can you warn him?
No. You can't just walk in and talk to him. It doesn't work like that.
But you have to do something. These men need business. It's their job. This doesn't happen. They don't get paid. You must do something.
I'll talk to the head of security.
And didn't he ask for money?
No.
So, it's not just a clever new scam. I've got to be honest. I think it's a sick joke.
It was no joke. It was real. I swear it. He was near to tears in the end. He didn't want to take confession. Said he hadn't been inside a church for years. He was only there to deliver the message. I finally talked him into taking the sacrament, and I wished I hadn't.
How much can you tell me?
His usual fee for a hit is $10,000 American dollars. He has collected the fee 8 times in the last 3 years. This job was worth $100,000. Umberto, these men are real. And he's just one of many killers for hire.
Matthew?
Didn't say. But he is a frightening man, and they frighten him. I felt if they knew he was talking, he wouldn't be around too long. And one other thing, it has to be done by the end of the month, or there is no payday.
14 days. If you believe it's real, Iago, then there's only one thing to do. You must go to see Shiva and the head of security. Don't come straight out with it. Get there gently. Test the water. Does he know if John Paul is in any danger, that sort of thing? And when you are sure he doesn't know, tell him what you have told me with the same conviction, and wheels will surely roll.
We have to face facts. His Holiness has made himself a major security risk, Cardinal Iago. Time and again, I have had no less than the Secretary of State himself talk to him, read him the Riot Act, but it does no good. You know he goes for unaccompanied strolls, even waves goodnight every evening to the police patrolling St. Peter's Square.
Surely that's rather an endearing habit, Mr. Shiba.
Yes, especially for a madman with a Kalashnikov rifle.
But why kill him?
They don't murder the man. They murder the position. They demonstrate their power by killing those that have a part in governing the destiny of the world. President Kennedy, Martin Luther King being prime examples.
Time perhaps to tell you the true reason for my visit.
Please come in. It's about the Pope's safety, isn't it?
Yes.
And I will tell you what you're about to tell me. You had a phone call saying there is a plot to kill the Pope. Yes?
No. I heard it in the confessional.
Well, that at least has the merit of originality. So far, there have been 4 warning calls today, all anonymous.
Any giving detail of how it was to be done?
No, just saying there is a rumor on the street that he is going to be killed soon. You know more. Cardinal Iago.
It will be done before the end of September, and it will be in his bedroom. It must look like an accident, and the fee for doing it is $100,000 American dollars.
How will he die?
Smothered or poisoned.
You must come with me to see Cardinal Vio now. Finally, he might see sense of putting an armed guard on the Pope's door.
Mr. Chiba, there is no point talking about it. His Holiness is adamant. He will have no guards, with or without guns, in the papal apartment.
But, Your Eminence, you must insist.
Insist. You know him. You have seen how stubborn and pig-headed he can be.
Let us continue this conversation after Cardinal Iago has left us. I'm sure he has much better things to do with his time. Cardinal, many thanks for bringing this information to us.
And the Pope will hear of it?
I will discuss that with Mr. Chiban.
I think it is important he should be forewarned.
So he can feel frightened every time he takes a sip of coffee. Lie fearful in his bed each night, afraid to fall asleep, in case he is smothered to death. Forgive me. His Holiness is proving very difficult to protect. He doesn't believe he is vulnerable.
The man who warned me is a contract killer. Although he refused, he assures me at the price someone will take it. His Holiness must be told.
We will decide what is best. Mr. Chiban and I will decide. Do you think they did warn him?
I doubt it. Vio could have been right. It might have unnerved him. In the end, there was no need. Within a few days, it was confirmed just how vulnerable he was.
What happened?
He was having a meeting with the Russian Orthodox Archbishop of Leningrad. Coffee was sent for. They were chatting happily. Nicodemus was a hairy bear of a man, and he laughed a lot.
Good. That will be our coffee. Come.
Would you like me to pour, little father?
No, leave it to me, Vincenzo. Thank you very much. Now, Archbishop, sugar, milk.
I don't thank you. Just as it comes. And he swore it was true.
Tell me if it is delicious as it looks. Delicious, yes?
Archbishop Nicodemus, what is it?
I'll get help. Help! Help! We need help here!
By the time help arrived, it was too late. Nicodemus was dead. I suddenly had a terrible feeling that it wasn't just in the bedroom John Paul was in danger.
What did you do?
I rang Chiban. He told me they were doing all they could. The same day, I had a visitor at my apartment. Jacqueline lived here. She apologized for coming uninvited, but said she didn't know any other cardinal in Rome she could really trust. Trust?
Yes. Something strange is going on. I don't know who's involved.
Involved in what?
I think there's some sort of plot against the Pope.
Why do you think that?
Our project was never finished.
Project?
To discover who would be Pope.
That's ridiculous.
No, the question became, who would be the next Pope if anything went wrong?
Wrong?
If by any chance he should die.
Why should he die?
Because if our prediction is right, it turns out the next Pope will prove to be the greatest coup in American political history. He would truly shape the world. It would be Cardinal...
No. Don't tell me.
But I have to tell someone. They've got to be warned. I think John Paul is in mortal danger. The fact that his successor will be a Pope from a communist country means the whole political... You already know, don't you? You know he's going to die.
I know. He's been threatened, yes. And I warn them, but it does no good. They say there is nothing they can do. He refuses to have a guard in his room.
Well, I tried. I prepared 2 envelopes for you. If it does come to a second conclave, you may find them of interest. The first simply says name. The second says conclusion and prediction. If he does die after the next conclave, when you know who's elected, open the first. If we've got it wrong, you can throw the second letter away. But if we're right, as I know we will be, open it. It explains how we came to our conclusion and contains a prediction of what will happen if that particular cardinal is elected Pope. You'll probably laugh, because it's so absurd what our computer forecasts will happen. But in 15 to 20 years, we believe it will all be fact. And perhaps then you can find somebody who just might be prepared to do something about it.
Then she left. And from that moment I started having nightmares. Always the same. The Holy Father saying a cheery good night to his secretaries.
Father Lorenzi, Father McGee, many thanks for your company this evening and your helpful discussion over the matter in hand.
Our pleasure, Your Holiness.
It most surely was. Good night.
Good night. Good Vincenza, and thank you for the lovely meal.
Oh, it was just a plain sort of an affair, but I'm glad you enjoyed it, little father. Night-night.
Good night. I'll see him leave the dining room, go along the hallway to his bedroom, open the door, close it behind him. Then slowly he would cross to the window, look down onto Vatican Square, catch the eye of the policeman on duty, smile at them, wave, and be pleased when they smiled back in acknowledgement. Then cross to the prie-dieu under the picture of the Blessed Virgin holding the baby Jesus, and kneel to pray for peace in the world a little while.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
Then he would move to the other side of the room, undress, and get into bed. And finally, before settling to read the paper he had with him, picking up the little bottle of medicine from the dressing table at the side of the bed, the medication for his known acidity, sipping from it. And each night I dreamt that the medicine had been laced with digitalis or some other substance, and that Albino died an excruciating and lonely death, trying to call for help, but unable to do so. Then, during the night of September the 28th, my nightmare became reality.
Oh. Little father, you haven't collected your morning coffee yet. It's going cold. Little father, do you hear me? Are you there? What on earth is going on? Oh, never once in 25 years. Oh, I have to do it. I have to go in. Oh, Father. Little father, why aren't you up yet? Oh. 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 Father McGee! Father Laurenti! Come quickly! Come quickly! Little father is not breathing! Oh, Father McGee! Father Laurenti!
It was said his face was contorted and twisted with pain, his eyes wide and staring, papers scattered all over his chest and the floor. It was later announced that McGee had found him, but that proved to be a lie.
Colonel Vio, the Pope's bedroom. The Holy Father is dead. Father Lorenzi and Sister Vincenza. No one else. Yes, I'll find the names from the last time and call them. Yes. Pardon? I tidied them up. Yes. Yes. We have to stay here till Colonel Vio arrives. No one else is to enter the room. We have some calls to make, Father Lorenzi.
I'm sorry. I just couldn't make any calls.
Oh, that's all right. I'll do it.
The papers?
Should I keep them for the files?
You will hand them to me now. You know what they say?
Yes.
I also know, Cardinal Vio. I typed them. As requested by His Holiness, your name is there at the very top, along with the Cardinals Cody and Machinkas. You were all to step down.
Enough. You will both discuss this matter with nobody. It is for the next Pope to deal with. You understand?
Yes, Your Eminence.
Father Lorenzi?
Yes, Your Eminence.
Good. In the press statement, we will say you found him, Father McGee.
But I found him, Your Eminence.
It is not appropriate that you should find him. The world does not need to know, sister, that you had the temerity to open the Holy Father's bedroom door.
He hadn't collected his coffee from the tray outside the door. I know.
When you finish here today, you will return to the mother house of your order. The other 3 nuns of the papal department shall do likewise.
Your Eminence, I have served him all my life. The funeral...
You will not be there. You will not be in Rome. Now go. And never speak of this to anyone. After we have carried out the necessary formalities this morning, you too may leave, Father Lorenzi. With the death of Pope John Paul I, your work in Rome is also finished.
To be honest, Cardinal Vio, knowing little of what goes on in this cesspit of a place, I shall not be sad to see the back of it.
Father McGee?
Yes, Your Eminence.
It will be announced that you were the first to find the Holy Father.
He died reading the Imitation of Christ.
I find it very difficult to lie, Your Eminence.
You won't have to. It's Cardinal Paletti's task to give out the statement and take any questions.
Wouldn't it be better to tell the truth?
Are you mad? The Pope was found dead in bed by a woman.
She's not a woman. She's a 75-year-old nun.
Trust me, Father McGee. The press will have a field day if they got hold of it. Is that what you want to do to his memory?
Very well. You may say I found him.
Reading the Imitation of Christ.
Yes, reading the Imitation of Christ. And what mention will be made of the other papers?
What other papers?
What indeed? Those incriminating papers never surfaced again. No doubt buried somewhere deep in the archive. If my informant tells me true, and I have no reason to doubt his word, they were dynamite. Confirmation that Cody would be made to stand down as Cardinal of Chicago, that Marcinkus would lose control of the Vatican Bank, so that all the further financial disasters could be averted. Vio was suspected of being a Mason, and under the influence of Licio Gelli and the P2 Masonic Lodge, he was to be retired forthwith and put out to pasture somewhere a long way from Rome. Also, anyone in the Vatican named as a Freemason was to stand down.
How many still accused?
Dozens, including some cardinals.
But do you believe this provided a strong enough motive to have murdered him?
In some cases, yes.
Right. Well, that will certainly prove a fine mystery to solve, even after so many years.
Please, listen. If Jacqueline de Vere was right, none of what we have heard so far was the reason why he was murdered.
I see. So what was the reason?
It wasn't personal. It was purely political. And given time, I will come to it a little later in our story.
Are you all right?
Fine. The morning of his death, the phone lines were soon busy once more.
Oh.
It's me.
No.
Roberta Calvi.
Roberta, what the hell are you doing calling me at this time? It's not 6 o'clock.
I've just been working by an early morning call, too. A friend of mine thought you should enjoy the good news as well.
Good news?
Yes, our troubles are behind us.
How come?
Sadly, he has suffered a massive heart attack and is dead.
Well, what are you talking about? That's impossible. The man's as fit as I am.
These things happen, Paul.
I better ring Vio.
No, that wouldn't be very wise. The death hasn't been announced yet.
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. He's been murdered.
Calvi just rang and told me. Great news. You've made my day. No doubt they'll call and tell me officially.
I don't like this.
Hey, come on, Paul. This is truly great news. We're both safe from facing a bucket full of crap, and you've got at least an extra month to sort out the paperwork. Put the bank in order. Who knows? If we get a decent pope in place of this last one, you might even make cardinal for all the hard work you've done. Cheer up. Stop being so doleful. The only worry is that Calvi got it wrong and he's still alive. But somehow I doubt it.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen. John Paul I, are you dead? John Paul I, are you dead? John Paul I, are you dead? Pope John Paul I is truly dead. The Pope is truly dead, and there is work to be done. Cardinal Paletti, you will do the broadcast.
Yes, Your Eminence. May I double-check? He was found by Father John McGee and was reading the Imitation of Christ.
Correct. The cause of death was confirmed by his physician, Dr. Buzzanetti, as a massive heart attack. So you say, after retiring to his room and saying his prayers, Pope John Paul I died of a massive heart attack sometime during the evening or early morning of the 28th or 29th of September, 1978.
Very good, Your Eminence.
Come, gentlemen, there is work to be done. No use dawdling here. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Cardinal Vio.
Yes, Cardinal Benedict?
I believe His Holiness was studying certain papers last night which he intended to give me today. I wondered if you'd seen them.
There were no papers.
But
there were no papers.
When the news broke that John Paul had died, it was catastrophic. As if there had been an explosion in the city. It seemed the whole of Rome was walking around in a daze. People in their thousands came to St. Peter's Square and just stood there. Many in tears. I felt a strange sense of guilt, as if somehow I should have done more.
But my dear friend, what could you have done?
I could have told them about Jacqueline Didier. A research program being conducted into who would replace him before he even died.
They would have thought you were nuts or paranoiac. You'd approached them twice with warnings.
I just feel...
I know. We all do.
Oh, no.
Forget all thoughts of murder. It's been on the radio. Heart attack.
Do you believe that? After what I was told in the confessional?
I can't see the point in believing anything else. What's to be gained? There's nothing I can do about it. Nothing you could do about it.
One thing we can do is make sure that there is an autopsy.
We could do that, yes. I'll happily vote for that.
Good. The first general congregation will be underway in an hour. We'll introduce the subject then.
Cardinal Vio.
Your Eminences, His Secretary, Father McGee, found His Holiness. The light was still on in the bedroom. The police in St. Peter's Square say it had been on all night. He was sitting up in bed as if reading. The book was The Imitation of Christ. His doctor informs me he died instantly of a massive heart attack. I suggest the funeral should take place next Wednesday, October the 4th.
Before that, I think it will be fitting, in the face of the deplorable amount of rumour that is circulating, suggesting that His Holiness may have been poisoned, that an autopsy should be held immediately.
Cardinal Campanelli, fellow cardinals, there cannot and will not be any autopsy. It is quite simply both inappropriate and unprecedented.
Do not forget in this forum you are but one voice, Cardinal Vio. The body of the sacred congregation can make up its own mind as to what course of action to take on any matter, and give you, Carmelengo, directions accordingly.
Thank you for reminding me, Your Eminence.
There was a great deal of rumour that he might be murdered. You will remember, Cardinal Vio, I myself warned you and Mr. Chiban about this less than 2 weeks ago.
Is this true?
Yes.
Then why wasn't I informed as your second in command?
You seemed rather preoccupied with other things, Cardinal Benelli. Anyway, it was something I felt quite capable of handling, along with Mr. Chiban.
And what did you do?
There was nothing we could do. His Holiness refused point blank to have an armed guard in his apartment.
Order. Your Eminence, you have something to add?
Yes. I received an anonymous telephone call as soon as the death was announced, stating His Holiness had been murdered. I believe others here had similar calls. However, being one of the few members with an expert knowledge of the way the communists work, I am probably the only one who saw the call for what it truly was.
And what truly was it, Your Eminence?
Nothing less than a KGB plot to destabilize Mother Church.
In what way destabilize?
If the KGB spread the word, as they are, that His Holiness was poisoned by those nearest to him, holding an autopsy is a confirmation that we agree there may be some truth in the matter. If we agree to an autopsy, we signal to the world that we think he was murdered by somebody very close to him. We cannot give the Soviets that publicity call.
May I suggest the matter of whether there is an autopsy should be left for a later date when more cardinals are present?
Vote. The matter is carried. The subject of the possible autopsy will be on the agenda for tomorrow's meeting of the General Congregation.
But why was Vio so vehemently opposed to an autopsy?
Charitably. He didn't want to set a precedent.
And uncharitably?
He knew there was something to hide. That is the only conclusion I can come to. He brought medical reports to the next meeting of the congregation. By then there were 84 of us. And from the look on the faces of the American contingent, and Cody in particular, I saw if it came to a vote, those of us who had wanted an autopsy were not going to win.
I have the report from the 3 eminent medical experts whom I arranged to view the body on behalf of this congregation. 2 say he died of a heart attack.
And the third?
He says that medically it's impossible to tell the cause of death by simply inspecting it. To be clinically positive, it would need an autopsy. My view is that as the other 2 are so positive, an autopsy is not required.
Cardinal Cody?
I have to say, I go along with Cardinal Vio. I don't know why we're wasting time on this stuff. If there was any hint of wrongdoing, it would be hunted out by the Vatican. Ergo, there can't be any wrongdoing. The most likely thing is that our colleague from Hungary is right. It's a commie plot. You want to let the Red Peril win? Go ahead and cut John Paul open and dig about a bit. Otherwise, let's get on with the business of electing a new pope, and my advice is we get one that lasts this time.
Let us then vote on the matter. All those in favor of an autopsy? 2. And those against? There will be no autopsy. The body of His Holiness will be moved into the Basilica of St. Peter's tonight. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen.
After the funeral, we went into conclave October the 14th. And once the swearing of the loyal oath was finished once more, Vio stated the first vote would take place the following morning.
Vio, I was hoping I might speak to you. Do you have a moment?
But of course. How may I help you?
Can I ask how you read the mood of our fellow cardinals?
Certainly. City is again favourite with the Curia cardinals. This time, I think he'll be elected.
And if he isn't?
Well, should he fall by the wayside for any reason, he will be replaced by Cardinal Ursi.
Him?
Is there a particular reason for asking?
Indeed there is. I'm told Benelli and Felice are both campaigning strongly and getting a lot of support on this simple platform of continuing the unfinished business left over by John Paul. And you and I both know what that means.
You will be removed from Chicago.
And you will be removed from the Vatican.
I guarantee you that if Siri and Ursi both drop out, then the curial vote will not go to Benelli or Felice.
Who will they suggest as a stopgap?
I'm not sure yet.
Could be an opportune time for a non-Italian candidate.
Too early to decide that. Let's see how the voting goes.
Cardinal Vio.
The papers having been collected and counted in the prescribed manner, I will call upon Cardinal Gantin to read the result of the first ballot.
Cardinal Siri, 25 votes. Cardinal Benelli, 20 votes. Cardinal Felice.
I wasn't the only one to recognize that continuing John Paul's work at the Vatican was a vital necessity. In the first vote, both Benelli and Felice did surprisingly well. The second vote was even better.
Cardinal Benelli, 38 votes. Cardinal Felice, 32 votes. Cardinal Siri, 20 votes.
You could see the sense of shock on the faces of the curial cardinals. Siri was already definitely out of the running and with no chance of making a comeback. Benelli and Felice were starting to look so good. One of them, it seemed, was guaranteed to be elected. There was a hush as we waited for Gantin, the Black Cardinal of Benin, to read the result of the third vote.
Cardinal Benelli, 40 votes. Cardinal Felice, 32 votes. Cardinal Siri, 8.
Vio stood with a sense of urgency.
Fellow cardinals, I suggest we take a break at this point to give ourselves the opportunity to contemplate and to pray to God for the wisdom to choose wisely.
Cardinals, collect ourselves together. We meet in my room as rapidly as possible. Yes.
Of course, rather than praying, this was a time for regrouping and canvassing. For my own part, I made a point of finding Benelli, who was surrounded by his supporters.
Cardinal Benelli. Iago, good to see you. His late Holiness said many complimentary things about you.
I just came over to say my prayers are with you.
It would appear that the prayers of many others are also with me. There are deep wrongs that must be righted. And God willing, those wrongs shall be righted.
This is no time to get mule-headed. Benelli will be an American disaster.
Yeah, I like the guy. He's got a way with him.
He's got nothing with him. He wants to rule American diocesan funds from Rome. He wants to tell you what you can spend your parishioners' funds on and what you can't. He'll even insist that we pay to educate black kids in our districts, even if they're not Catholics.
We can't have that.
I tell you, the man is a disaster area.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, my God, you owe me. I promise you, Karol Wojtyła will make a great pope, a great day for Poland. Get behind him with me, will you? And flush the idea of Benelli down the John once and for all.
Cardinal König, I wouldn't even want the job if they offered it to me on a plate.
Cardinal Wojtyła, it is not what you want, it is what God wants. Yes. You already have a handful of votes, and that is just a beginning. This conclave still has a long way to go. Already I hear it whispered that you are the one they should be voting for.
If it is God's will, my son, you must take on the mantle.
Cardinal Wyszynski, I love you like a father, but you cannot know the burden you and König are asking me to bear.
We do know, Carol, and that is why we are asking you to carry it. Because we think you are the only one here who truly can.
If it comes, you must seize the moment both for God and for Poland. It is what our beloved country needs.
What do you say?
God help me, but if it is His will and I am chosen, I will be pontiff. But pray God it doesn't come to that.
I call upon Cardinal Gantin to read the result of the latest ballot.
Cardinal Benelli, 60 votes.
A whisper immediately went round the room. Benelli was just 15 votes short of victory.
Cardinal Giovanni Colombo, 20 votes. Cardinal Wojtyła, 15 votes.
This would be a good moment to break for the day. We will reconvene at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
So what do you think, Iago?
As good as in the bag.
Don't you believe it? There's still a lot of time for plotting. Why do you think Vio called a halt so soon, rather than going to the next vote?
It seems to be... Well, Colombo is adamant he will not continue to be a candidate. Says he's too old. He made sure it suffered. The whole room was aware of his stand.
Well, his votes won't go on block to Benelli, that's for sure. So we can probably afford to see how the first vote goes in the morning before doing anything drastic.
Do we have any other possible candidates?
No,
but I do know that Benelli has attracted as many of Felici's votes as he's likely to.
I'm tired. It's been a long day. I'm going to bed. Your Eminences.
After the first vote tomorrow, I shall ensure there is a short break. Let us convene then.
The result of the fifth poll is Cardinal Benelli, 72 votes. Cardinal Wojtyła, 38 votes.
This was dynamite. Benelli was now within 3 votes of being Pope, and a lot of heads were about to roll.
We will now take another 15-minute break to pray and consult with God, and pray to Him that we may soon come to a conclusion.
Thank you for joining me in this short break. There is no time but to be absolutely frank. I believe if Benelli becomes Pope, there is not one of you who is safe in office.
He has the list.
Oh, yes, he has the list. And it is immensely dangerous not only for us, but the future direction of Mother Church.
It's true.
The list alleges that some of us are members of the Masonic Lodge P2. Not true, of course, but Benelli does have John Paul's list. He was working on it with him the night before he died, deciding who should go and who should stay. I know you can all influence certain other cardinals. The message I would like you to take back to them is this. It will be a great loss if after over 400 years a non-Italian Pope is to be at the helm. But I think if we are to survive the threatened struggle, it is the only answer. You win. Wojtyła should win. Cardinal Wojtyła must win. You now have to take that message back. Cody has told me that all the Americans and most of the South Americans will be voting for him in the next round. Our votes will be added to that tally. I advise all who moved their votes from Felici to Benelli now to change to Wojtyła. Once Benelli's support starts to fall, he will be done for. Then it is simply a question of time. But his support must be destroyed.
Again, the break was much longer than the stated 15 minutes. I was approached twice. Yes, about changing my allegiance, and I declined. I prayed Benelli would win. Then came the bad news.
The result of the sixth poll is Cardinal Benelli, 56 votes. Cardinal Wojtyła, 54 votes.
I watched Benelli's face as the vote was announced. A cross between amazement and despair. It had been in the bag. How could it have slipped away so quickly? But it had gone. Once your support slips from 72, a mere 3 short of victory, down to 56, You know you were all but done for, and so it proved in the next vote.
The result of the seventh poll is Cardinal Wojtyła, 70 votes. Cardinal Benelli, 40 votes.
Benelli was now in second place. His chance of being Pope and righting all the appalling wrongs had gone. His dream of balancing the books for the wasted death of a good man was just so much ashes. The final vote confirmed it.
Cardinal Wojtyła, 102 votes.
The Sistine Chapel was filled with cheering and clapping cardinals once more. We had a pope, and for the first time in the history of the Roman Catholic Church, it was a Polish pope at the helm.
Cardinal Karol Wojtyła, you have been elected by your fellow cardinals to be Supreme Pontiff. Do you accept?
With the knowledge that this is what God has decided, and sure of the help of his Son Jesus Christ and Mary, his blessed Mother, in all humility, I accept.
And by what name do you wish to be known?
John Paul II.
It was then I opened the first envelope that Jacqueline de Vere had given me.
What did it say?
It said, Cardinal Karol Wojtyła will win with between 90 and 105 votes. The remaining votes will go to either Cardinal Benelli or Cardinal Felici, depending on who is still in the race.
And the second letter?
I didn't open that straight away. I wanted to think through for myself what would be the major change. The first pope to be elected from a communist country. It was constantly on my mind during the coming days leading up to John Paul's coronation. I imagined it would in some way boost the hope of achieving some sort of victory against their oppressors in Poland, but nothing much more. How wrong can one be?
So what was the prediction in the second envelope?
As promised, it came in two parts. The first told how they had come to their conclusions. Having discovered, as requested, who would be the next pope if John Paul was to die, they had researched all the frontrunners from the first election, Sidi, Ursi, Benelli, Felici, Pignedoli, and put their names in turn through the computer as if each of them had become pope. They then asked the same question. Who would be the next pope if they died? And then went on to discover the probable result of the second conclave. In each case, the same name came up.
Cardinal Wojtyła?
Correct. Cardinal Karol Wojtyła. In every case, providing the Pope died early and the conclave was held soon after. Any longer than 2 months in total, and the outcome became progressively harder to predict. Wounds would heal. The curial cardinals would have time to get their act back together and get behind their own favored candidate.
How about the second sheet?
There, they explored what would be the political consequences of having a pope from behind the Iron Curtain in power. I confess, as I read it, I laughed out loud.
Why?
It was so extreme. A 20-year impossible dream. It said there would be a domino effect. By the end of the 20-year period, Poland would be free of its communist yoke. South Africa would have discarded apartheid and have a black leader. Communism would become a spent force and be replaced by a system not unlike Western capitalism. In the former Soviet Empire, old ethnic grievances would float to the surface, and small local wars would break out, eventually spreading worldwide. These would become commonplace, creating international chaos. America would then quickly step forward to joyfully embrace the role of policeman to 3/4 of the world. In China, communism would be shaken to its roots, but would survive. Jacqueline de Vere and her partner didn't mention a young man in Tiananmen Square with his finger in the muzzle of a tank to stop it rolling, but she came close. As I say, I laughed at the time. But of course I don't laugh anymore. It's all come true, as predicted.
All because the present Pope was elected?
All because an unimportant Pope was murdered. But it wasn't personal. It was simply politics.
Here, let me...
You see, they said quite categorically that they believed that whichever of the Italian cardinals had been elected, they would have died. But it wasn't personal.
So who did it? You've given me a fine selection of suspects to look into, but who do you think actually did it?
None of them. I don't even think it's an individual we're looking for. We'll never know the actual person. He was contracted, visited, did the job, no doubt collected his fee, and slipped back into the anonymity of the sewer, never to be seen again.
So if it's not an individual, what are you looking for?
The group, the body, who gained the most politically. Who would you think?
Well, certainly not the communists. They've paid a high price over the last 18 years or so for Wojtyła being elected. Yeah, also, they wouldn't have been so anxious to get the autopsy underway if they knew they'd poisoned him. They wanted to expose another organization.
True. If the Curial Italians discovered that their man had been murdered, Wojtyła's chances of becoming Pope would have been dead on the ground.
So which group did it? Who benefited most? You mentioned the CIA earlier. Do you have them in the picture?
I feel they're there somewhere. Yes. In one dark little corner of that vast organization, a corner where the light never reaches and evil can flourish. I believe 18 years ago, a group of like-minded people came together and plotted and planned the death of a pope for what they believed would be for their country's good. And they have succeeded beyond their wildest dreams. They know they have got away with it. I have waited until every last one of the prophecies has come true before speaking out. And now, through you, I want the world to know the truth of what happened and to make sure they don't get away with it. What you write will stun the world and right a terrible wrong. Will you take on the task?
No. I'm afraid not. My job is to ensure the world doesn't get to hear about it.
What?
Mind you, fascinating how close Jacqueline de Vere and her partner got to the truth.
I intend to write to her.
No point. She's dead. They're both dead. Terrible accident. Car crash.
Oh, when?
Same day 18 years ago when you went into conclave. She died. But unfortunately, we didn't get the two letters we knew she'd written on the outcome of the conclave.
We?
The same small team of like-minded men who gathered together and plotted all those years ago. The small team who are now responsible for keeping the world in the dark on this little matter.
But you're a writer, surely.
Well, the man you wrote to never got your letter.
But that's ridiculous. It was posted.
And intercepted. The same as all your mail has been for the last 18 years. And your telephone. No matter where you were in the world, we always knew who you were writing to and who you were talking to.
But why?
The subject of the death of John Paul has been examined in minute detail. Films, books by the dozen, TV discussions by the score. Nobody got even vaguely near the truth. If you two had come to the same conclusions tonight, if you had proved you were harmless, you would now be safe, and I should be politely making my excuses and leaving. But you didn't take that route. And now, Your Eminence, you have to be stopped.
Stopped?
Oh, you were right at the very outset. Knowing what you know has put your life in more than peril. There have been others before you. Vio got very close to the truth and had to die peacefully in his sleep because of it. Roberto Calvi, when he realized, thought he had discovered the perfect tool to blackmail his way out of his financial troubles and regain his fortune. We hanged him under Blackfriars Bridge in London.
You?
Just one of the small team of like-minded men. He was very heavy. Michele Sindona was in prison, about to reveal all. In his case, the contract was only $5,000, but he died of poison the day the contract was issued. Licio Gelli is in hiding and much too frightened to speak, so he's safe. For now. Oh, one thing you will be pleased to know, the little Italian ferret who actually carried out the contract died the same day.
Why are you telling me all this? Why are you making up these stories to frighten me?
Not stories, Your Eminence. Facts. Oh, by the way, one thing you were wrong about. John Paul wasn't poisoned. He was suffocated. He was suffocated with a small cushion, probably no larger than this one. It was the biggest political gamble the world has ever known, Your Eminence. We told nobody, we just did it, covertly. If word had got out, 1 million Catholics would be paying for our blood, but if a good enough team was put together, worldwide to police the matter, and every lead was followed up, and every threat of revelation was exterminated as soon as it arose, the world would never know the real truth. And what a world we would then have at our disposal. The communist threat gone forever, and we would be top dogs to the end of time. Free to police the world and make it fit for nice folk like us to live in. I think he's a little unwell. Too much talking. Oh, I'm sorry. I do have to go. Another appointment.
Yes, of course.
Your Eminence? Your Eminence?
In Death of an Unimportant Pope, Cardinal Iago was played by Geoffrey Whitehead, Albino Luciani, Bernard Hepton, Pope John Paul II, Clifford Rose, Cardinal Vio, Hugh Dixon, and Cardinal Umberto, Bert Caesar. Bob Sherman played Cardinal Marcinkus, John Hartley, Cardinal Cody, Keith Drinkle, the writer, Stephen Thorne Benelli, and Johan Meredith, Siri. Sister Vincenza was played by Pauline Letts, Cardinal Confalonieri, Charles Simon, Jacqueline de Vere, Colleen Prendergast, Baggio and Sheban, Kim Wall, Lorenzi and the Man in the Confessional, Robert Harper, McGee, Christopher Scott, Calvi and Koenig, Sean Baker, and Nicodeme and Felici, David March. Death of an Unimportant Pope was written by Wally K. Daly and directed by Martin Jenkins.
Here, I don't need a receipt.
It's not.
What you writing then? Rear 2347.12. What's that mean?
It's how long it took you to come.
Yeah, come on, what is it?
Timing from first manual genital contact to ejaculation.
Are you for real?
I mean, I have to count out the seconds till I can turn this off, so it might be up to 10 seconds out.
Wait, you can't, you need my permission
I don't
or
even
something.
know your name.
Yeah, well, you know, then, how did I do?
It's too early in the study. I haven't established the mean parameters yet.
What's that mean? Are you sending me up?
There's nothing to be scared of. I'm just a scientist.
Yeah, but I'm not a bleeding guinea pig.
Guinea pigs eat each other after mating. Nice room.
Yeah. I've stayed in Intercontinentals all over the world.
You like what you can rely on.
We get a discount.
I never give discounts.
Oh, it's good, because I want 100% of you.
What position?
Oh, take it easy, honey. You'll find out soon enough.
Clock's running, look. The seconds are going by.
Huh? You're crazy.
8.23 seconds.
Are we going for a world record or what?
10.41.
What have I got to beat?
I just like to know how long things take.
Never long enough, is it, honey?
So let's get on with it. Come on. Which position best expresses your personal identity?
What?
You. When are you really you?
Angels Standing by Jonathan Meyerson, with Juliette Aubrey and Timothy West.
What do you like, then?
Sorry?
Which position best expresses your personal identity?
I've never thought about it.
I don't do anything special, just positions.
You want me to choose?
I want to hear what you want.
Normal, in between, you know. Missionary.
Right.
Is that okay? I mean, is that normal?
Don't ask me. Maybe nothing's normal. I've got to find out.
I got your coffee.
Thanks, Vic. How was yours? He sounded quite nice when I booked him in.
You didn't see him.
You should have heard my guy. Incredible what he's been through.
Have you been talking to the punters again?
They're interesting.
You're sick. You're not there to talk.
They like it. I want them to tell me everything.
What about?
Well, this guy tonight, Asian or something, he was forced to marry this girl when he was 14. Hated her from the moment he set eyes on her and vice versa. You know, they've got 5 children. They've had intercourse 5 times.
Oh, yeah?
I believe him. Get this, he's about 40. This was his first time with someone else.
Messy.
Imagine, 20-something years he's wanted it. All that time he's been told it was wrong. Finally, me.
Waste.
He said it was the best night of his life. I envy him. I've never had anything that felt like that. Nothing's ever stopped me doing anything.
Could you pass the sugar, please?
I thought you wanted to lose weight.
It's the hormones.
If you want to change...
It's not easy.
Nothing's easy. You think it was easy for my Asian?
You'll be typing him up then.
What do you mean?
I hear you. Through the wall, tapping away every night.
I told you, I keep a diary.
What about? I never see you talking to anybody.
Ridiculous. I talk to you. I talk to everyone.
OK, big mouth. Go and talk your way out of this, then.
I'm not doing this.
Oh, come on, it's easy. You just stand there, you say, sorry, your worship, someone else must have left my card in the box when they were...
No way, I can't.
We're in this together, remember? We share the phone line. We pay the man to get these cards printed. The judge is probably one of mine anyway.
What if someone sees me there?
Who is going to see you there, Ange?
I don't know, but there are people who might recognise me.
You owe me. You wouldn't lasted another week out there.
I'm tougher than I look. I did jiu-jitsu at school.
Standing there on the side of the road, thinking they were going to whisk you off to the Ritz. Shocked when you discovered it was a steamed-up Nissan in Tesco's car park.
Safeways.
Only thing that was safe.
I never expected romance, Vic. I knew what I was doing. I wanted...
This I want to hear.
It was no good what I was doing before then. I think this is better. This is making something happen, making something change.
Just don't tell me you want to change the world.
No, only me. I've changed me, and I don't want to lose what I've got, what I've done.
The way you talk. What are you doing here, Ange?
What does it matter the way I talk?
Because you don't need to be doing this. Your world, it's different. But this is for us, the outsiders. You're inside, you've got it somewhere. You don't need to come down here.
It's not down, Vic, it's not down, it's up. You ought to try breathing down there.
Cigarette smoke, car fumes, smell of brute. That's all I've ever known.
Aren't you booked for 12?
Oh, don't go changing the subject.
You're telling me not to change the subject. You're changing your entire sex.
I'm just trying to make it right for me.
Oh, and I'm not allowed to?
Angel, if I was still a man, I think I could probably love you. Really love. Not like all this...
It's really real for me. This is.
Where do you live? No, I mean, just roughly. Privacy. I'm not trying to... or anything.
Where do you live?
I hate it there. Can't I stay here a bit longer?
Do you want to pay for more?
I don't want to be that man who goes home to his family.
Be whoever you want.
Wait, please. Can't I just talk to you? Will you listen properly? Let me talk. I just want a chance to say something about me. Just a chance to talk about who I am.
Hello, stranger.
Hasn't been that long, has it?
There was a Labour government when I last saw you.
When I last saw you, times were gay.
The Times was a newspaper.
Livingstone's expedition was just setting off to discover the source of the female orgasm.
People then had something to believe in.
And you were married.
We're back together, in fact. Anonymous correspondence notwithstanding.
You got my chapters, didn't you?
Pretty interesting stuff.
Groundbreaking.
Interesting will do for now.
Go on, commit yourself.
These encounters all timed to the second. Taped. How did you get so close?
I made a deal. I had this room next to where the prostitute worked. Taped it all. Timed it.
Some of them are hotel bedrooms, aren't they?
Walk-in closets.
Angel, what are you trying to prove with all this?
Right, okay. The accepted wisdom, height and all. A woman's place in sex mirrors her place in the rest of society. I'm saying bullshit. A woman's place in sex creates her place in the rest of society. Women didn't start discovering their bodies because of female emancipation. It's the other way round. And if we really want to change things, we've got to go further, constantly further into ourselves.
Oh, what? You're saying society has changed because people start having sex in a different way?
Sex is the police force. The rest of life falls in under its truncheon. In Western society, sex is used to keep women down, stop them developing personalities.
There's more to your sense of self-identity than your sexual identity. Sex, it's just a fraction.
Of course, of course. But sex is what makes people who they are, don't you see? If we could just break free, we could decide who we really are. Instead, right now in the Judeo-Christian West, it's missionary position translates into I'll convert you to my way of thinking. Riding into you're my horse, my chattel. Bondage into straitjacket.
Well, this is a complete dead end, Angel. Just exclusively logging the sexual persona. You're supposed to be studying the development of the individual. This is a sociology department, and you're off below the Masters and Johnson line.
I can't just ignore it.
Has nothing to do with anything.
Ross, you're shutting your eyes to so many...
All I want to talk about, Angel, is how you collected this material. This prostitute.
I promised her anonymity. Total.
Perhaps it's time you took a couple of months sabbatical, eh? Just a complete break from work.
Ross, I haven't even done a tenth of the research.
Perhaps you're becoming a bit obsessed with it. Woods for the trees time.
You're saying I've made these up?
I'm saying there is no prostitute. Angel. Angel, we have to work within reasonable means.
Is that why you screw your students?
You're prostituting yourself.
Oh, you've always said the grant's inadequate.
Angel, think of yourself.
You didn't think of me when you bought that sofa bed. You thought about your sexual release. It looks like paisley cushions best express your personal identity.
You can't put any of this material in your thesis. I'm shutting down your research. I'll speak to the dean.
I need research material. This is merely the most efficient and error-free way of assembling the data, the truth. You agreed.
Your whole position as disinterested academic is shot to hell.
I give the money away, the kids in the Strand.
I can't allow this in my faculty.
Well, just because I told your wife about it. Just because I insisted on some honesty. The truth's in the data.
Not if it creates chaos, Angel. You create chaos. You've got your agenda, maybe valid, maybe not. Meanwhile, everyone round you suffers.
Bravo, Uncle.
Perhaps a couple of months at home.
I don't have a home. I don't want a home.
Can't you go back to that grandmother?
God.
Please, couldn't you go to your grandmother?
Godmother, she's dead.
Well, there must be someone else you can go...
No uncles, no aunts, no third cousins twice removed, no pet rabbits.
I have responsibilities. You've broken every rule in this university's book.
How can we make progress if we don't push everything over?
There are boundaries. You go over them and you're one of them. You're outside. You're not part of this history.
History has to change.
And you're no longer a student of mine.
Just because I'm making progress. I'm not stuck in my rooms poring over adultery questionnaires from the suburbs of Stockport. I'm out there changing things.
All right. Look, maybe there's a way that I could maybe see my way.
Now you're going to suggest we get back together. Piss off. Don't tell me who to be. I can start again. I don't need anyone. Hi, angels. Sure. Park Lane Regency, be there in 20. Just get a few special things on. Levy. It'll be a pleasure. Mr. Levy?
Good of you to come, such short notice.
Where's the bedroom?
No, I'll have a drink first.
The meter's running.
What'll you have?
Nothing, really, thank you.
You're a polite girl. Sit.
I also do angry. I can do quiet and willing. I can dominate. I've got the impression your type usually want polite.
You misunderstand me.
I'm nobody until you tell me what you want.
I look at you.
Go right ahead. The time's yours.
Such a hurry always.
My friends are usually pretty eager.
You're beautiful. Your real name?
Angel.
No, of course you cannot tell me. Tell me then, which position would you say best expresses your own personal identity?
I'm sorry.
Sexual position. You choose. What is the sexual position of an angel?
Why are you asking me this?
I pay, do I not?
Is this some
No,
kind
I
of...
offend the whore. All right, it doesn't have to be that question. Talk to me about yourself.
I'm not interesting. I'm no one. You just have me, that's best. Choose your position.
Don't be scared.
I don't talk about myself.
I tell you about Levy, then.
Do what you like.
Let's go back to the start. My virginity.
If that's what you like.
I was 15, 1881. Not a good year to lose it.
You don't mean 1881.
Ask me why. Bad times to start my manhood.
You're saying you were born in 1866.
I am a man, 15, living in a shtetl with 4 women for every man. The men are gone to the army, to Eretz Israel, New World.
You just sit back and relax. I can do trapped in the lift, mutiny in the harem.
This is not your foreplay. This is a life.
Okay. Where were we? 1881? That makes you 120...
Women, all ages, all warmths, eager, needing. And the Torah telling me no. Where does it say in our Bible just one woman, eh?
I've never really read much scripture.
The Word of God. You think God wants this?
I don't want to be born again. I don't want to believe in any God. I just want to be me.
Who is that?
What?
Who are you, my angel?
I didn't come for this. You pay me for sex.
I can tell you who you are.
What's that noise?
Do you want to hear it?
I want to know what that noise is coming from.
That's it. Listen. For the first time in your life, listen. Your history starts here.
It's like...
It's the Cossacks, girl. The Cossacks.
On the 12th floor of the Park Lane Regency.
The Cossacks get closer every year. Shut your eyes, girl. Shut your eyes.
Mr. Levy? Mr. Levy? Look, I remember practically nothing. I've told you everything I remember. Christ, I was only 6 when the car crashed.
You must remember something about your mother.
A woman. You pricked her, she bled.
Her voice. Do you remember her voice?
She sang like a nightingale?
All right, tell me about this, grandmother.
Godmother. My godmother brought me up.
It's just... we meet. We share a phone line. You do the straights, I do the rest. And I don't know anything else of it. Oh, don't do this again.
I've got to go.
You can't deny yourself like this.
I'm here. Now I'm going.
You're rubbing yourself out. You have to start being Angel someday.
I've got to go. He's telling me the next part.
Oh, not your Mr. Jeans again.
Levy, not Levi's.
Something's happened to you since you started doing him.
Yeah. I agree.
That first time, you were scared shitless. You was shaking.
What happened when you first met the surgeon, when he got that great big scalpel out?
I thought, thank God, it's almost over.
Well, see?
That day the Cossacks came. We were hiding in a guy's barn away down the road. Me and my 2 brothers.
We have to rescue the scrolls of the Talmud!
Who's that?
Nahum, my first brother. Such a believer.
When the farmer finds us here, he's going to sell us to the Cossacks.
Seidel, my second brother. For him, one thing at a time. Only then another.
They must not profane the synagogue. It cannot be allowed. That's the first place they'll go. They always do. They know where the best gold is. I cannot let them, Levi.
Stop him. He can't go out there.
Are the holy books more important than our father, Nahum? Than mother? You and Levi see to our father. I will see to the temple. Both must be kept safe. You're both mad. You'll both die. We must save what our people have created. It is who we are. Can't you hear what's happening out there? We've got a chance to hide. Come back. Come back.
What did they want with all that? Now I had no choice. I ran through the shtetl. Jewish woman bled under the ground while the boy stepped over to take her gold from her jewelry box, her ears, her mouth, her box. I ran. I didn't know where. I wanted to live.
Gitula, you all right?
Down here. Help me get down here. You'll be safe.
Gidel wept for Reb Menachem. His house, the best in the shtetl, was already burned. He was impaled at the front with his family impaled alongside. Gidel knew about his cellar.
Gittel, my favorite, my Delilah, my savior.
How old is she?
16, 15. We kicked aside the ashes of velvets, the shards of mycin, the ashes of comfort. I lifted the trapdoor, and we went down into darkness. We went down into warmth. Warmth from the fire that had burned down the house above. Now might be my last chance.
Did anyone see us?
We're safe here.
No one saw us.
Over here. Come on.
What are you doing?
Do you want to live? There are Cossacks up there. Do you want to live before you die, Gitela?
I do love you, Levi.
You'll do as I say.
When we're married. The Torah says we must be married first.
You're a good girl.
Oh, I love you, Levi. I love you so much.
Love or fear? Which was it?
We haven't got time to get married, have we? It's nothing to be scared of.
Oh, only a man and his wife.
I couldn't see her. I pushed her carefully down onto the warm floor. She sighed and shut her eyes. The heat was good, and she pleases me. She pleases me so much I know I will live. The girl's fear, this great love for me, will save me. I tell her to do things there on the warm stones, and she does them. Things a woman should not let a man do.
You've given me a child. I know it.
She should not have. Not a child. I left the trapdoor open. She did not follow me. I expected she would. The Cossacks found her. Her body opened and she gave me life. In the hot cellar, she saved me. She was my first angel.
What are you talking about? She died.
Died? Let me tell you, died. Everyone dies. How is what matters. On the synagogue steps, I found rats sewn inside the belly of the rabbi's wife, eating their way out. I found the rabbi, his prick stuffed in his mouth. Nahum, they wrapped him in his beloved scrolls and set fire to the parchment. Dry skin and dry skin.
It's Nahum? Of course it is.
Didn't you love him?
I loved him like a brother. But he obeyed the rules, and look what happens if you don't change.
At least you had rules.
We'll say Kaddish. Bury them. We're going.
What about respect for the dead?
Why? He died for scribblings in a language he couldn't even speak.
What he died for? The wisdom.
Wisdom? Sit still until the goy kills you? Keep quiet until they shout you down? Wear a hat until they cut off your head?
Knowing who you are, following your father and grandfather.
A Zionist whore, wonderful.
You were protected. Your whole world was defined.
And no way I was staying in it.
Where can we go? We're not allowed in the city. We're leaving the Ukraine. America? They say the women there are beautiful. They make you eat unclean flesh. Make you shave. Women make you safe. The rabbi says their liberty statue. It's hollow. Inside 100 Gentile barbers working day and night to cut off our locks. Look at the rabbi, Seidel. How do his locks suit him now. His prick in the middle of his face. Do you want to come to America or not?
What do we use to buy passports?
I've got jewels.
Those are red Menashems.
2 days to Zhytomyr, then walk to Kiev, Rovno, Starokonstantinov, Lutsk, Kovel, Lublin, Radom, Piotrkov, Kalisz, Memel, Hamburg, Rotterdam, and packet to Hull.
San Francisco! This is Hull, Seidel. We get a train. That takes us across to a city called Liverpool. We get on another ship, St. Louis. Now you say a prayer for Father and Mother and Nahum, and I'll see if we can get us a coach.
The man promised Liverpool in 2 hours. Took our money, our tickets, and for a 2-hour ride in a horse and trap, and deposited us back at Hull docks that night. We slept that night in the poor Jews' temporary shelter. So near to the Golden Gateway, and now we had nothing. Other poor Jews lay there in rows, sleeping, praying, and waiting. We had to be saved. In the shelter kitchen, the keeper's daughter. 17, fresh, grown strong on British food, and the eyes of lonely Jews.
Oh, not so hard. You're hurting my lips. I'll make you some coffee. Then I've got to get this place closed up.
We're going to San Francisco. Why don't you come?
The rush is over. Gold's gone.
There's gold in your heart, Mima. We could take gold to San Francisco, the two of us.
I'm warning you, my father's upstairs.
You want it, don't you?
Oh, you're a boy. How old are you?
Women do what I tell them.
Oh, lovey, not like this.
Oh, don't you see the size of me? Lie down.
You think I do it on floors?
Pull your skirt up and I'll take you to America.
Why are you so scared? Tomorrow. My shift finishes at 2.
Come with us. Plenty of dark places on the train.
Get us a room at the Metropole.
I can't. Not a hotel. I've got 8 rubles.
In a hotel room, I'll save you.
They won't let me in the door.
A room at the Metropole costs 17 shillings and 9p.
Did you get the money?
The farmers round there, they pay good money for labourers. Crop pickers and soil turners who wouldn't argue and wouldn't know to be paid. She made me do it. She killed him.
You sold Seidel.
You think I wanted to lose my brother?
You did what you wanted. You can't blame me now.
She was a whore.
What am I?
You're my last angel.
If that's what you want. You choose who you want me to be. I'm only a woman.
Mima wanted it too much. Not the way to behave.
This is Oklahoma? You see down there? That's an Apache village. Geronimo! And I've got us work here on the farm in return for board and bed. You're good, lady, but first, I've got to go back into town. So you stay here and work, and I'll be back next week. I'll work for both of us till then.
How much did you get for him?
£3, 12 shillings. I bought a suit. I walked through swing doors into the Metropole.
Mima.
Oh, those curtains. Oh, that's my colour. Have you ever seen a red like it? Scarlet, really.
Shut up.
Oh, it's always better when it's worth it, Lev.
Take your clothes off.
All right.
Take them off.
Don't touch me yet.
I've done everything for you.
You haven't understood, have you? I'm no one's to order about.
Lie down.
I like it on top.
I want you to save me.
This room was your idea. Don't blame me now.
Lie down.
Let's see if you're up to it first.
I'm not a virgin. I'm no virgin.
I'm not going to eat you.
I wanted to take this woman and shake her and show her that man is master.
That's what you did, isn't it?
Shake her into being a proper woman. It was an accident.
She just wanted your love on her terms.
Seidel caught scarlet fever. Farmer let him die.
You blamed Mima.
They all said she must have gone there to jump. The room was in her name.
She just wanted to help you change.
Back in my Stettel suit, my cap, did I look like a man who'd booked a room in the Metropole Hotel?
She only wanted to teach you that women can be different too.
I had 10 shillings, 8 farthing left over. I bought glass, putty, and a knife, and I walked across the moors. Selby, Garforth, Shipley, Bradford. Into each town I walked with my eyes in the air, looking for broken windows. "Where is the broken fenster?" I shout. But the pains crack in my hand, the putty will not take. I try, each time I'm holding shattered splinters. Maybe this English glass was different oil. I have one pane left. I do a fanlight in the Majestic Hotel. The glass slides in, the putty spreads like butter. It is good. I know now I must wait.
Too late. And anyway, it was a different hotel.
Every day I walk past broken windows in terraces, in arcades, in apartments, down to the hotels. The Swan, the White Rose, Hutton's, the Duke of York. I wait. I'm down to half a loaf of bread a day. Then a quarter. Then a storm like never before. 3 shattered in the White Rose, 2 in the Swan. With that money I crossed the Pennines. The King George at Hebden Bridge, the Ram at Bacup, Hulton's Hotel in Salford, the Knutsford Arms, Chester, the Angel Hotel, Short's Inn at Rithin, Colwyn Bay, the Faraway Inn, the Green Man at Bangor. Many times I work at a loss to be sure of hotel work. And in each hotel, a chambermaid, a scullery maid, all of them wonderful girls, so many rooms to choose from. I haggle with the concierge while Rachel sneaks the key, or Ruth borrows one, or Rebecca uses a pass. In each hotel I took my pleasure, and these girls, they opened for me. Without them, I have no strength. I had to place 2 casements at the Royal in Holyhead and board the steamer. I'm 8 years older than the boy in the cellar. I buy a ticket for America. I arrive in Dublin. I thought it was the Hudson River. They told me it was the Liffey. The Liberty Statue. They told me it was Nelson's Column. So I went down the Kilmainham Road and found what I needed. A shattered transom in the lower kitchen of the Wellesley Arms. I would work the hotels of Dublin until I could buy a new ticket to America. And peeling onions under that transom was epic.
You get a key.
Not chamber.
You have chambermaid for friend.
He says I'm after going to a room with you.
You don't must say it so much loud.
What are you doing, Levy?
We want nobody interrupt us, do we?
Oh, no one's around. The whole floor is being repainted. Oh, look at those curtains. They're gorgeous.
Get away from me. Get undressed.
Have you brought something?
I am here, yes?
You're the joker, aren't you?
Come here. My window.
Oh, broken, is it?
Look at this glass. It's wonderful.
You're a dozy one. Come on, we've only got half an hour.
Come on to balcony.
People will see me in my unders.
Feel the air.
You work for 2 weeks under a cracked fanlight. You've had your fill of air.
Stand here, in front. Look out.
Oh, well, hold me then. I don't want to fall out, do I?
We could jump together.
You're crazy.
We could fly.
Oh, we've only got half an hour. Come on. Help me get this off.
I want this girl to fly with me out that window.
She didn't believe.
She saw only me. Every week she'd borrow a key and give me what I wanted. She never argued, and she never was a whore. My Irish angel. And all the hotels in Dublin. I was never out of work.
Love me, Levy.
I teach you to fly, then.
You make me laugh, you do. But you're not right. Somewhere you're not right.
I seen things, Eppie. And I done things.
I don't want to hear. I want to do my shift. I want to go home after that. And I want to marry someone.
Only stupid marry. And lonely.
I'm neither. I just need a father for my child.
What child?
I'm having a baby. Needs a father.
What you saying?
I'm saying I've got you all to myself now, Lev. We could buy a little house. You're doing well. I might get promoted.
Eppie, why?
Oh, don't you? Leila.
I sell my tools. I smash all my glass. I buy a ticket for Boston.
Eppie!
I sailed out of Dublin that night.
Eppie. The baby, I mean. What happened?
The baby she called Hannah. Eppie died bringing her. I was not surprised. Hannah, she was adopted by a rabbi, they tell me. This is good.
Did you go back for her?
In every hotel in Boston, a broken window.
She doesn't know you're her father. Well, how can she know who she is? She has to know.
In every hotel in Massachusetts, cracked glass.
You've got to tell her.
For how long I was employing people, contracting throughout New England. Hilton, Intercontinental, Hyatt, all of them.
Are you scared of your daughter?
I own the largest hotel glazing company in the United States. I'm somebody. I'm somebody now. Come over here. To the window. Let me show you something.
What about Hannah? If you don't tell her, I will.
Come here.
I'm going to have to charge you for this extra time, you know.
Follow me.
Mr. Levy.
Follow me. Up here. Follow me.
What are you doing? Stop, please. Mr. Levy.
We can fly, Angelica. You see, we can. If we want, we can.
Christ. No.
Come. Follow me up here. Don't worry about clouds. They're only damp. Follow me. Break through and follow me. Fly, Angel.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. No, no, no. Oh, my God.
After you, sir.
Thank you.
Excuse me, what are you doing in here?
Nothing.
I want to know what you're doing in this room.
I'm just going.
I'm very sorry about this, sir. You can stay right here. I'm calling reception.
It's all right, I'm going.
You don't move.
Excuse
Stop.
me.
Hey. You, stop! Stop now!
And then he just flew out the window.
How did you know?
Somehow I felt that was coming.
Anyhow, he didn't fly. He kind of just lifted off the ground. Off the balcony.
Maybe a forklift truck caught him by the shirt tails.
He rose. He wasn't flapping his arms or anything stupid. It was like he was still standing on the balcony, except he wasn't.
Like in Peter Pan.
That's right, and they go on talking as though they're still on the ground. He asked me to follow him. If I hadn't been... I'm going to have to tell his daughter. Find her. I mean, just to meet her. I mean, I didn't think what he was saying mattered. It's not even on tape, Vic. I'm the only one who knows now about Hannah and Eppie and Mima and Zeidel and Gietler. He never told Hannah. He went to Boston. Someone's got to tell her.
Maybe they're better off not knowing.
That's the whole point, Vic. How can they know who they are unless I tell them?
Why worry about them?
He handed them on to me. He'd reached the end. He was 128.
So it's not exactly a disaster.
You don't believe me? Why not?
Ange, are you sure he didn't jump? You know, just jump off the balcony.
Christ.
It's something about us. I don't know, they want us to watch. They call us round, tell us their lives, and they jump.
I must be losing my mind. I'm going crazy.
Did anyone see you there?
This bellboy came in. I didn't want to get involved. What did they think I pushed him?
You are well involved.
I dropped my bag.
Anything in it?
My stopwatch, my recorder.
Anything with your name on?
Oh, God. Come on. It's important.
Hello, 2739.
I didn't do it, Ross. I didn't even touch him.
Who is this? What time is it? Christ.
I'm leaving the country. Got to.
Is that you, Angel? It's one of my students. I know.
Ross, I'm going to Ireland.
I've had the police round, Angel. What the hell's going on?
Do they think I pushed him?
They brought me your handbag, that's all. Had your student card in it. What were you doing in that hotel?
It was like he floated away. He wanted me to follow him. I know he must have fallen. It's just it wasn't like that. I didn't touch him.
Have you been hurt?
I helped him. I didn't kill him, Ross.
The police didn't mention any body.
They're like that. They keep it to themselves and they pounce. I've had policemen...
I think I'd have heard if a man been pushed into Park Lane.
Then where is he? Where's Mr. Levy?
Look, Angel, I'm in the shit here. If the faculty heard I'd let you go off doing that research of yours, that's the end of my tenure.
I thought you'd revoked me. Thought I was fired.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about it. Yes, it is her. I'm sorry. You're using me, Angel. This is bloody serious.
He wanted to break through the air.
Just tell me where you are.
It was the last thing for him to do.
Did you push this man, Angel?
I've got to go and tell Hannah. She'll be the most fantastic research material.
Hannah?
His daughter in Dublin. Imagine being there when she hears all this. I can tape it, watch her as she finds out about her real parents. All this time she's been an orphan, or at least she thinks she...
Angel, please, just...
The Ayatollah Khomeini, he said, is it a Kaylee band?
Excuse me, I'm looking for a woman called Hannah.
It takes all sorts. I'm not prejudiced.
Do you know a woman called Hannah? She'd be about 100.
Oh, now, that is a bit old for me, love.
Excuse me, do you know a woman called Hannah?
Oh, I'd like to. Anna and Susanna. And... Get me a spanner.
She's a rabbi's daughter.
Oh, well, you can't win them all. So I was sitting in the back of this cab.
Excuse me, do you know a woman called Hannah?
Don't worry about her. How about a drink? Huh? Hey. What colour did you call that hair? It's Jesus.
Will no one listen to what I'm saying?
Hello, angels.
Hi.
Ange?
I can't find her anywhere.
Where have you looked?
I've tried the pubs, nothing. The synagogues, too many Hannahs.
Try the streets. If there's anything to know, that's where they'll know it.
What do you think you're doing? This is my friggin' corner. You can frig right off out of it.
No problem.
Who do you think you are?
I'm just looking for someone. Lives around here.
Oh. Sorry, love. Thought you were working. You were working, weren't you?
I'm looking for someone. I just need to talk to people, ask them. Someone must know her.
Christ alive, look at the state of you. You won't get a punter looking like that.
She's called Hannah, Rabbi's daughter.
It doesn't sound like she'd be working the street.
Her real name's Levy. That's her father's name. But she was adopted. Her mother died in childbirth. About 100 years ago. Her father, I have to tell her about her father.
How much for French?
Oh, I'd rather blow Shergar.
I've got 20.
25.
All right. Get in.
Have you got somewhere to kip, love?
Yeah, I'll be okay.
Down at the end, there's a shelter. Nuns. It's for the winos, but they'll give you a bed for the night.
Come on.
What's your friggin' rut? You know it'll only last 2 minutes.
What you looking at?
Just somewhere to sleep.
That's my bed. Mine.
The sister said I should sleep here.
Why have you got to take mine? Plenty others. This is my yard, you know.
Well, shall I sleep there, then?
Where you like. Aren't you freezing?
I'm all right.
I'll get you something. Oh. You know what's here? Was an old Duchess. Sable. Beautiful condition it was. Huge wings. It's more like a cape than a coat. Is it? We can do you a bargain here.
I don't usually... Well, I mean, fur.
That's what you came for, isn't it? You don't have to be shy, darling. Nothing to be ashamed of. What have you brought to sell?
I'm sick of selling.
This is my yard, Hannah's yard. Everyone comes here. There's no shame. What have you got?
Hannah who?
Hannah no one. Everything bought. Everything sold, Hannah. No. What you got?
I got your father.
That threw me out years ago.
And the rabbi?
Good thing, too. Ah. Here it is. Magnificent, isn't it? Ukraine iron sable. Come on, try it on.
It's not my size.
It's gorgeous.
Let me just... Thanks.
Mirrors here.
It's beautiful.
Hold your arms up. See? Now you've got wings.
Tell me about your father.
Be a wind hover floating over us. Catch the air currents, my angel. Rise up and sweep over us all. Over the Liffey, out over the ocean, out the... From my room, 10 treads and then a landing. 13 treads down and my father's room. The step, 2 before last, creaks. Cross by the banister side, stay closer to the rail, no carpet. Down the last 18, swing on the post, over the parquet, onto...
Where do you think you are going, young lady?
I lent Siobhan a book. I've got to get it back, Father.
At 5 in the morning.
It's for an essay.
It's Shabbos, Hannah.
I need to do it tomorrow. It's for Monday. Irish history's on Monday. I promised teacher.
It's not our business.
I'm Irish.
It's their struggle. It's Christians.
It's about being who you are. Fighting for rights. For self-determination.
You never used to care about such things.
I'm learning.
I won't have you seen that boy.
I lent it to Siobhan.
Cahal McLennan, I believe is his name.
Who told you?
Filling your head with these socialist ideas.
Carl's waiting for me, and I love him.
You are overtired.
He's going on manoeuvres tomorrow, and I want to see him before he goes.
Cancelled.
What?
It's in the Independent. All orders given to the Irish volunteers for tomorrow, Easter Sunday, are hereby rescinded, and no parades, marches, or other movements of the Irish volunteers will take place.
Carl's in the Irish Citizen Army.
That makes no difference to me.
Well, he'll bring you freedom all the same.
We are happy without his kind of freedom.
Oh, I'm sorry, Father.
Your man, sentry duty. Forward, lads.
I'll be back by Wednesday, then.
I'm not leaving now.
Hanny!
Well, you'll be needing nurses.
Don't be daft. We're going on manoeuvres.
There were men in uniforms rushing all round Liberty Hall, up O'Connell Street, down Church Street. And he wanted me to believe it was more games in the hills.
He believed.
That's what I loved.
He knew who he was.
He taught me so much.
Tell me the truth, Carl.
We're under arms now, and we won't be laying them down till we've struck a blow for the working men of Ireland.
I'm proud of you, Carl.
I love you, Hanny.
My father knows about us.
Oh, Christ alive, who told him?
Oh, it's all going to be different tomorrow. What's it going to matter in the Free State?
But I don't want to leave you. Not now, Hanny.
We'll be together.
All right, we need scouts, messengers.
Oh, yes.
You'll need a bike.
I can make bandages.
I do love you.
Oh, it's all right.
I want to love you, you know, before.
We don't have to prove anything.
This hostelry is being seized in the name of the Irish Free State. Hello?
You know they're all at the races.
We've been told to say it. Let's go up there. A sniper's firing point should be as high as possible.
You never thought you'd be fighting for the Free State from a hotel bedroom, did you now?
Stand back. I'm going to take the window out.
I've yet to strike a blow for Ireland, Carl.
Careful then.
Go!
Now get a good look, Hanny. From here I can control the whole approach to the bridge. HQ's there, under the clock. You've got to keep them fully informed. How many British are coming up towards the bridge? When I need more ammunition, that kind of thing.
I was at the briefing too, Cal. Hold the position for as long as possible. Then escape over the roofs and fall back on HQ.
It's beginning then.
It's nearly over.
The Brits brought their regiments in slowly, strangling the city, ready to attack when they wanted. 2 days and 2 nights before they even showed themselves on the far side of the bridge.
I think I got him.
Are you sure?
Look, see that pub sign?
Blue one.
Now, down about an inch, left a bit, there.
Oh, he's still alive.
Come on, imperialists! Let's have the next!
Oh, put him out of his misery, Carl.
It's my duty to tempt his imperialist capitalist friends to come out and get him.
Oh, he's bleeding to death.
Not too fast, let's hope.
They let us run messages. They let us bandage them. They even let us carry their ammunition and load their guns.
But they wouldn't let you fight, would they?
The bloodletting. They kept that for themselves.
They guard it jealously, like something precious. And then they say they do it all for us.
That day, they shot at each other across that bridge for as long as the light held.
They're taking a hammer in at the post office.
Eat.
They're shelling O'Connell Street. Don't you see? It means we've won.
You'll need your strength tomorrow. I like watching you eat.
This is Republican soil, Hanny. This room in a sawdust hotel. This is Ireland.
Spit and dirt and blood and drink.
Till the last round, then fall back.
Longer, Hanny, longer.
They'll be needing you at battalion headquarters.
Hanny.
There are years of struggle ahead. Great struggle for the Irish working people.
I'm not letting them have it.
Oh, Carl.
It was our last night, Angel. We knew it was our last night together. A bare pub room, a bed, a chest, a bowl and a jug. A picture of Parnell we'd put on the floor out of the line of fire. No curtains, no glass, no window frame. 8 bullet holes in the wall facing the window, a fried egg of plaster and lath round each. A 9th bullet hole sliding across the ceiling, ripping a tear through the lining paper. It flapped down, moving slowly in the wind. It was warm that Easter.
Times like that, they're always warm.
The paper fanned us. We gave our virginities to the Virgin State that night. Not night. It was as good as morning when we stopped talking, and I took him into the bed. He didn't demand it. I placed a pillow under his head and slowly unbuttoned his tunic. Such a young body. Slid the sleeves along and off his arms. Frail, narrow shoulders. Collarbones, a meringue ridge of whiteness. Ribs. His green citizen army breeches far too big. Belted in. His puttees wrapped still tight round his calves. I slowly unwind them, turn by turn. Each turn an inch toward his ankle and an inch closer to when I'll be using them to stem his blood. His army boots, too big also, snowballs of the herald bouncing onto the boards as I pull each off. He lies near naked on the bed, lying in a puddle of his clothes, the dark green seeping out round his body. I slide out of my shirtwaist. He shuts his eyes. He doesn't want to see me. It will start his tears. My nakedness astounds me. He squeezes his eyelid shut and puts his hands out to me. I guide my hips into his touch, and he pulls me down onto him. Heat, unity, namelessness. His hands barely know how to hold a woman. Mine have never touched a man. We try to kiss, but we want too much. His lips suckle at me instead. I tell him this will last our lifetimes. He tells me this is his life. Here, in my hands. He whispers in my ear, close as we'll ever be. Real words, he says to me. Slept there, perhaps 10 minutes, perhaps 10 years. Then belt and buttoned his clothes back onto him, and we prepared for the day.
Christ alive, they're coming for sure this time!
Just say I'll pass you the bullets.
Cahill could barely raise his rifle. The British snipers had the range on us. A bullet hit the water pipe and a spray like morning rain showered us. Showered the room.
How many rounds left?
12.
Come on, come on, come on! Christ!
Oh, Carl!
Keep down! It's nothing, for Christ's sake. Just... Mary, Mary, Mary! Just wrap something around it. I can lean the rifle on this sill.
They're halfway across the bridge.
I've got to stop them.
You won't stop bleeding.
That'll have to do, then.
Oh, your face is cut as well.
It's just a splinter. That'll do. Damn it! Reload for me.
Oh, we've done enough.
For God's sake, get down. You've got to go. They'll be into the street now.
I'm not going anywhere.
You'll get out of this place now. Tell the captain we've been overrun.
I will not go without you. Up onto the roof. Come on, we were ordered.
It's too late. Get into the corner, out of the line of fire.
Oh, God, you can't even reload.
It's one less.
Carl, please, put the gun down. We surrender.
There you are.
Get down. Ah, God.
You bastard. You Irish bastard. You shut it and all. I said shut it. Right. On the bed.
No.
I said on the bed, or do we have to do it nasty?
No, please.
That's it, lovey. Much better that way, isn't it? Quiet now. It's going to happen either way. That's it. Open up. Open! Thank you, miss.
Here, Chuck, then. Here.
Any prisoners here, Corporal? Ah. Last one of ours, eh? Corporal?
And one Fenian dead, sir. And one prisoner, sir.
What the hell's been going on here?
A female prisoner, sir.
Corporal Green? Do you have anything to say?
Sir, I found myself overwhelmed with anger following the death of my comrade in arms here. Unable to...
I'm sorry, ma'am. I think it's best if you leave now. We'll draw a veil over these events, don't you think? Make your own way home, quick as you can. Ma'am?
A single shot. He fell straight back like a tree.
They both?
Both the men who'd loved me were dead on the floor. It's love of a kind, isn't it?
I hope you didn't go home.
The Brits owned Dublin again. I pulled my clothes back on. I searched the British soldier's body for his name, for something to know him by. I knew I'd need it. I kissed Cahill once more on the lips and went home.
And your father?
The Moyer's here, Hannah.
I'll get Judah ready.
You're not persisting with
Father,
this.
I shall do as I decide with my children.
Why must you pursue this fiction?
I despise that British soldier, but his seed is in me. I have 2 men's seed to respect, and I have 2 sons.
I know what that soldier did to you was terrible, criminal.
It happens in war.
But look. This, you got this from his body, didn't you? Corporal Green was a good Jew, wearing his prayer shawl under his uniform. See, God smiled on you. Yes, you were raped, but by a Jew. God was merciful. Your children are his children.
Father, look at this.
I don't wish to.
Look. Irish Citizen Army, Private C. McLennan. Carl died for this.
This is preposterous. How can you know that one of these boys is his and one is Corporal Green's?
It's not the children's fault. Finn will be Carl's son. Judah will be Corporal Green's. You may take him to the Moyle now. Finn, stay.
How can twins have different fathers?
They're not identical. 2 different eggs fertilised by 2 different men's seed.
Hannah, please.
Is the shape of his penis so important? Here's Judah, then.
Goodbye, Hannah.
Come, little one.
The Moyle brought Judah back upstairs, one of the tribe. I laid him back in the crib, next to his half-brother, and continued packing. At 6, a hackney drew up outside. I loaded my cases myself. The maid had left us for the munitions. It was snowing. I wrapped the boys inside my coat, and we drove down to Hannah's yard. They didn't call it that then, of course. I'd seen it derelict during the fighting. I had a living to earn. Everything bought, everything sold. Now, how much you'll give me for the sable? Beautiful condition, isn't it?
The twins, were they beautiful?
Boys. Do they always fight?
They always find something to kill for. Religion, or freedom, or love. We have to give them the chance to learn the difference.
On their 20th birthdays, I told them who their fathers were. How I had decided.
But I don't feel Jewish.
Haven't you got a Jewish prick?
Finn!
It's all right for him. He got a bar mitzvah.
Only Grandad came.
You were confirmed,
I'm
Finn.
Jewish.
I can't stand this.
We've both reached the same conclusion.
Oh, have you now?
You got it wrong.
My father was Cathal MacLennan.
Oh, so, Finn, don't tell me.
I'm Jewish because my father was. Mum, you made a good guess, but you got it wrong. We understand.
Why on earth can't you be Irish and Jewish?
My ancestors died in the famine. They were here with St. Patrick. I can't suddenly be Jewish. It doesn't make sense.
Your name's Judah.
There must be a Gaelic equivalent.
I wouldn't bank on it.
Well, change your name to Finn, then.
I don't want your stinking name.
Oh, boys.
I'm offering you a good Irish name. I don't need it anymore.
He's making fun of me.
Do you understand nothing?
I know you're a stinking Jew.
And you're a bog stupid Fenian.
I wouldn't let them change their names. They must live with the resentment. Resenting the other for having the better name, the right nose, the right length of foreskin, the right name under father on the birth certificate.
I've got to tell you about yours, about your father. I met him in London. That's why I've come looking for you. He wanted me to tell you.
Judah moved into the stable. Finn, not to be outdone, moved into the scrap metal shed. Judah bedded down in the straw, washed in the yard, went off to a party meeting. Finn went to Schwenkel's vapor baths before every Shabbos. They'd walk straight past each other in the yard. They never spoke.
Men believe things to avoid believing in nothing.
The last time the boys spoke to each other was the last time I saw them. 1940. And the war in Europe. Finn had been to London.
What kind of job?
And they said they were looking for people who spoke languages.
Including Irish, is it now?
Yiddish, Mother. You know, I've been having lessons.
What use is that now?
Well, they want people to go into Poland, liaise with the partisans, the resistance.
Finn, you can't.
I get to start parachute training next week.
Oh, you'll be careful.
And apparently the Nazis are building these camps in Poland. We don't know what they're for.
What does your girlfriend say?
She understands.
Oh, don't you love her?
Of course I love her.
Oh, we live in a neutral country. Your father's died for that.
How can I be neutral? My people are dying.
Oh, isn't love for a woman enough?
First her and now you.
Oh, you don't have to prove anything. Just stay here and accept our love.
I'm not even supposed to be telling you this.
You wish you hadn't.
You could have told me he was here.
Oh, he's your brother, Finn.
He's an ally of the Nazi enemy.
Don't talk about your brother like that, Finn.
He works for Stalin, Mother.
Comrade Stalin and me both work for the party, Mother. We work for the overthrow of the capitalist state and the establishment of a working people's democracy.
Well, that's just a few armed meetings, isn't it?
I've been recalled to Moscow.
What do you mean you've never been there?
It's my spiritual home.
So don't talk such rot.
My father fought and died for the proletariat.
He wouldn't have gone gallivanting off to Moscow.
Mother, listen to me. There's a war. I've got a duty. Our people are dying in Poland.
Kikes, you mean? Like your lousy father.
You and your fiend.
No, you're as bad as each other. Going off to fight the first chance you get. Leaving a good woman here. What's wrong with the two of you?
I have to help my people.
He's copying me, Mother. It won't last.
Oh, will you two just shut your gob? Will you two just stop telling me things?
I wish I'd never said that.
You've never seen them again, have you?
Always another card, another letter. Some came in code, wrapped inside cigarettes. Some came through the Russian consul. But it was never my beautiful boys standing there in front of me.
Wake up! Wake up now! Come along! Wake up! The king's hospital, we want you out!
Sister! Sister!
Yes.
The woman who was sleeping here. Where is she?
She's gone, love. Oh, she's a queer one for disappearing in the night. No one can stop that one when she decides to go.
But I didn't tell her what I came to tell her.
What have you got there? Did you book in with that coat?
It's mine.
All right, all right.
She gave it to me. She did.
Now don't go tripping over it now. Come on, up again. Wake up.
Hello, Angels.
Vic, I found her letters.
Angel, thank God. Where have you been?
I found them in a coat.
Are you all right?
A few bumps, that's all.
Nothing else?
Where should there be? I found her.
Have you got the money for the fare home?
I've got to return, British Midlands.
Right, do you want me to meet you?
I'm not a cripple, Vic. I got her letters. Didn't you hear?
Whose letters, Angel?
Mr. Levy's daughter. I found her. She gave me a coat. It's a bit moth-eaten Ukrainian sable, though, and there were these letters in it.
Come home and have a rest. I'll look after you. Let me.
I can't. I didn't tell her about her father, about what happened. But she had these twin sons. They were actually only half-brothers, really.
Twin half-brothers?
One was the son of her lover, Carl MacLennan. The other...
I had always thought the party would want to use me as a translator, but my supervisor correctly pointed out that the 5-year plan, it's the third, incredible, is everything. I work in the smelting room here. It's my job to keep the furnace temperature up and maximise iron extraction from the lode mined by brave workers underground. You should see my muscles now. Unfortunately, last month we failed to reach our target. We had a meeting about it and decided on longer shifts. We voted unanimously for this and went home that night happy that we now had every chance of meeting this month's target and making up the shortfall. And then the very next day, the Commissar announced at the morning meeting that 2 saboteurs had been found. They confessed to it all. They were working for the American Zionist conspiracy. Even so, we decided to stick by the
Lancaster came in too low. And I ended up somewhere near Katowice with a smashed kneecap. The people here got me immediately to a doctor. Unfortunately, not one in the resistance. But she's a good doctor. I know she's good because I couldn't take the risk of saying anything under the anaesthetic, so I watched her at work. She nursed me back to walking. I told her about the camps. She and I have what they call here a blitz marriage. But even in peace we would have found each other. The softness of her skin defies Hitler. Yesterday morning I dressed her. She dressed me, and we went together to deliver radio parts to a cell in the north of Warsaw. They were hidden in the morphine bottles. We ran into a snap search, and she was carrying them. My limp makes me too conspicuous, so I got through. She did not. It means the camps. What we need is guns, dynamite, rope. The Russians still refuse to supply us.
We were halfway across when the German 88 sighted us. The shells were blowing great fountains of water up around us. Most of the platoon hadn't been under fire before, but the Commissar got us singing the Sacred War, and we soon arrived on the Stalingrad side without a single casualty. Went straight up to the front line. It's a street. No one knows what it's called, all the signs have been blown off. We hold the even-numbered side, the Germans hold the odd-numbered side. Our captain received orders for us to capture number 47. It's on a corner and controls the intersection. Comrade Soldier Pletchikov got a grenade right into their machine gun nest. As we charged in through the doorways and windows, the Germans didn't run out the back but went up the stairs. We were just starting to flush them out when a fresh German platoon moved in to attack us on the ground floor. Now we were surrounded. Only Sergei's flamethrower saved the day, forcing the Germans back long enough for us to get back to Company HQ. Tomorrow we have orders to seize and hold number 47.
We've broken our march for a 2-hour rest, but no one can sleep. Someone suggested the letters. We each get half a piece of paper, share the pencil, and we'll bury them in a shell casing in the sewer wall. We've held the Germans for 52 days. The Russians are still sitting there, on the other side of the river, watching us. Why won't they attack? Warsaw is being destroyed, building by building. But, Mother, the men and women here in my platoon are the bravest I've ever met. Until the Rising, we merely raided the Germans, irritated them. Now, here in the city, I've seen them fight until they fall. And all in vain. The cattle trucks still run. The Germans still hold Warsaw. Until we start to regain our strength...
We're at the very gates of Warsaw. We fought every inch of the way. We're quartered in a suburb called Praga, but we've had to stop to build up supplies. The whole army has deserved this rest. And anyhow, the Poles seem to be giving the Nazis a pretty good pounding over there in the centre of Warsaw. It's our chance to let someone else do the work.
And they just stopped right there?
They were killed the same week.
She said Kadesh for Finn. The service sheet's in here. A notice in the Daily Worker for Judah.
Do you want me to look it up for you?
I've got a copy here. A comrade lost fighting for world socialism. And then the next letters, they're dated 10 years later, 1956.
By now, you'll have seen
Same
the pictures
week.
and believed them. I was only in the camp a couple of months. This time, the Reds didn't wait outside and watch us perish. They looked after us well. Then, they questioned us. It was the best part of a year before I was able to discover where my new labour camp was. Guards and inmates were shipped in from all over the Red Empire. So, we discovered we were in Hungary. I think I was there 8 years, and then the new regime opened the gates. I was released 2 months ago, knowing nothing. Now I know that Holy Israel exists. I have a visa. The Israeli embassy, a room and a flat in Buda, tells me they need soldiers. I've enrolled. I fly out on Wednesday, Mother. I'll send you a postcard of the Wailing Wall.
It was an understandable mistake. It all started outside Warsaw when I mentioned to the commissar that we had my half-brother to thank for the rest we were getting, that he was fighting with the partisans. When they questioned me about it later, they got the idea I was passing them information. Of course, I wasn't, but I can easily see how you could get that idea. Anyhow, I can always say I helped build the Vladivostok Highway. My time in the Far East wasn't a waste. Communications are the lifeblood of the Union, and I'm proud that I've made my contribution to the effort. Now I've been re-enrolled in the army, this time with a commission. Your son's an officer at last. And I've been posted as an advisor to the brave forces of the Egyptian Republic. We may soon be called on to defend their canal against the imperialist Zionist powers. With my knowledge of English, I have been appointed to guide a British journalist. It's strange to be speaking English again. She is very interested in our training programs and our defences and reports it all back to London. We have the world behind us.
Sorry it's not Jerusalem, but I bet you've always wondered what Budapest airport looks like. Now you know. In 2 hours we take off for Tel Aviv. I'm leaving Europe forever. I take up my new commission in the Israeli Armed Forces tomorrow. More postcards to follow.
We expect the Zionists to attack us soon. This will test the mettle of my Egyptian fighters, but they will see them off without a moment's fear. If only my father was here to see this final disgrace for the British imperialists. Once victory is ours, I am promised some leave, and I hope then to pay a short visit to Dublin with my fiancée. That's if she accepts my proposal. She is that journalist I think I told you about last time.
Poor mother. Why'd you only ever get these quick scrawl letters from me? I turned back at the airport when we heard about the students fighting at Budapest radio. I couldn't ignore their struggle. I rushed back into the city to join in against the Russian tanks. And then, you must know this by now, we actually won. The tanks left the city, and freedom was ours. What days they were. 7 free days. And then, this morning, that familiar sound again. Tank treads on asphalt. There are a few journalists here. If they manage to tell the world, surely they'll rescue us this time.
During the fighting in the Sinai, he led his men bravely in a counterattack against the perfidious Zionists. He was last seen encouraging his platoon forward to seize an enemy rocket launcher. He was cut down by machine gun fire and died instantly. I enclosed possessions from his barracks room. The rest he bequeathed to his fiancée. Your son died fighting for international communism.
I enclose personal effects of McLennan Finn. The above named was shot while committing criminal damage against property of People's Army. Please find enclosed 1 watch, 1 badge, 1 passport, Israeli, 1 copy of The Working Man, dated October 1956, and 1 letter, 2nd page missing.
Dearest Georgina, I look at you asleep on the bed. I've decided not to wake you. My unit has been asked to launch an attack on the repair shop at the Russian barracks. We must try to immobilize some of the tanks before tomorrow's fighting. We are going in under the wire. When I get back, I guarantee the Working Man its very own eyewitness report. A scoop. And how I love you, Georgina. You'll never know how much I love you.
You've lost me. Who's this Georgina?
Exactly.
Now, who is she, Ange?
I don't know, but she's the missing link, no question.
Are you coming back?
I've got to go to the Working Man offices, find out her second name, then I'll be there. I'll have found her.
Can I meet you? Heathrow or Gatwick?
I'll be in soon.
I'll get a cab, I don't mind.
I'll see you soon, Vic.
You're a sight for sore eyes. Sit down, love.
Thanks. The lady in personnel said she thought you might have been on the Working Man in 56.
Sorry, love. Just after. January 57 I joined. Was a good paper then. Now look at it. Adverts for BMWs and Emporio Armani.
Did you know someone who wrote for the paper round about then? She wrote this article about Budapest here. Georgina Priest.
Of course I do. It's her job I got.
Right.
She packed it in after Hungary. Lots did. Short-termists. Still, she made room for me.
Did she go to another paper?
Packed it in. You're not going to believe this. She got married.
Do you happen to know who to?
Oh, must be in here somewhere. Never lose a contact, even if they get married. Yeah. Here. She's now Mrs. Georgina Standing. You can see her, can't you? Pension plan, quilted sleeveless, BT shares. What did we fight for?
Address? Georgina Priest.
Angel, thank God you're all right. I can't believe it.
Are you Miss Priest?
Oh, we've been so worried. Look at you. Just look at you. You're in a complete state. Oh, darling, I can't believe
You are Georgina Priest,
Oh,
aren't
darling,
you?
Angel, darling, calm down.
Tell me, are you?
Look, the police came round. Something to do with the hotel. Daddy's been going absolutely
Will you
out
please tell me whether or not you are Georgina Priest?
That's a name I wrote under. All right, Angel, darling. Just a pen name. You know that. Now, come in.
Why didn't you ever...
This is no time to be raking all this up. I want you to come in, get you dry. Now, come on.
I've been trying.
Plenty of time later. Plenty for us both to catch up on. Upstairs now. Nice hot bath. Calm you down. Something to eat. You don't want it too hot.
I can take it.
It's bad for the blood pressure.
It's not a problem.
Well, how am I supposed to know? For all I know, you could be, by now, I don't know what. 2 years almost, Angel, it's been. So, what's the news then? You're an aunt. Your sister Julia's had a little boy. He's called Southern, but he's very sweet.
Did she marry that?
Oh, she's on her own now. She wants to try and bring up a child on her own terms. Maybe that's the best way. I don't know anymore.
Oh, just don't start at me, Mum. Just... Please. We did this one too many times.
Darling, where have you been? We've been worried sick, and then when the police came round...
I wanted some time on my own, I told you. Before I went. You knew that was best for all of us.
All this time? 2 years next month. You could have just let us know you were all right. A phone call, anything. If it was me, you could have phoned your father at the office, your sister.
You redecorated in here, I see.
Look, we've been so... Daddy was county president of the Lions last year. They raised nearly £250,000.
Different nail brush.
And people forget, Berkshire's not that big.
Same old loofah.
The people they give it to are glad to have it. Mentally handicapped.
We're all mentally handicapped, Mum.
That's not very nice, Angel. You know what I mean. Some people need a bit more help.
Let's just drop it.
Darling, I'm not trying to make you feel...
I told you all this when I stopped seeing Dr. Fielding.
I didn't mean him at all.
Do you want to know why I stopped seeing him?
It was your decision.
He's not even a proper doctor, anyway.
If you ask me, he was really helping. He was making it easier for you to come to terms with...
Just what, Mum?
Everything. People. The world.
I don't have to come to terms with the world. It has to come to terms with me. Look at it. Lawns, mock-Tudor timbers, conservatories, Bupa, annuities, rotary fund drives, gravel drives, West Highland Terriers, Tweeds, CBEs, Pringles, Electronox vans, specialty bricks. Look at it all.
I'll draw the curtain.
Who wants it? Who wants all this?
Some people, darling.
Then what?
A form of happiness. Just some kind of happiness that some people like.
Not yours, Mum. Not in 1956.
It was different then.
There's still unhappiness.
Now, more people in more places are happy for more of the time.
And the rest? Who aren't?
Then there was something to really struggle against. There was hope and struggle. There seemed to be things to push against, things to believe in that would carry you there. Things that were so obviously true that they couldn't possibly ever fail. They would change the world, people, and make everything right one day. Now or later, then it didn't matter when.
Does it matter now?
I think we all know it's slower now. It's hard to find things to believe in now. I don't need to tell you that.
Tell me about the working man. About Hungary.
All that? It was a newspaper. Devoured by people who already believed everything it was preaching. And never even a glance from anyone who didn't.
Please tell me. About 1956.
I'd been on the paper 3 months. I was only supposed to be doing book reviews. I arrived in Cairo. Eden was still blustering. The Egyptians still loved the British. They just wanted their own canal. I went straight out to the Sinai. I had this letter of intro from the British Communist Party, and I was invited to tour the defences. The Russians slapped this attaché on me. Last thing I wanted, the party line parroted at me in broken English. He turns out to be English-Irish and a true believer. He refuses to tell me his real name, says to call him MacLennan. He's an Irish-Russian Marxist-Leninist with a sense of humour. I knew my luck was really in. He was teaching the Egyptians anti-tank warfare. He had a hard time of it. He knew it was a lost cause. I suppose that's why he wasn't like the rest. All front, discipline, dogma. That type could really get you down. He was different. Or after a couple of days he was, when he started to let it drop. Told me about his time during the war. Thrown straight into Stalingrad. Then the Kursk salient. The 3rd offensive, the 6th offensive, pushing the Germans out of Russia, Ukraine, Belarusia, into Poland, and then standing on the other side of the river watching the Warsaw Uprising, watching them die. Then the Gulag. That took the night. In the morning I gave myself, for the first time. In his barracks room, no windows, in the middle of the Sinai, just a concrete box on a crossroads, flat white sand. We stayed there a week, me watching him train, pretending to be a journalist, scribbling thoughts. At night, he explored what he had given up. I explored what I had never known. At the end of the week, the Israelis parachuted in. I don't know where or when he died. They didn't bring in his body for 2 days. I got a lift on a half-track into Side. The British were about to land. A city of despair. Oh, by then, maybe I was just looking through eyes of despair. That's where I heard about Hungary. I got a lift in an Ilyushin and was in Budapest by Saturday. And by then, not a single Russian soldier in Budapest. They'd given it back to the Hungarians. Tanks all round the suburbs, but no one thought that meant anything. The hope was too good to let go. Their joy eased my grief. Egypt may be lost, my Russian lover may be dead, but Hungary was free. And then on Sunday morning, the Russian tanks rolled back in. It was awful. The Russian artillery shelling every few minutes. The boys in the trenches just stood and died. I moved along the line, looking for one who could speak English. He shouted out, "I can." A man in a greatcoat, grey for lack of sleep, but still, through all that, the double of my Russian lover. I think I screamed. The same eyes, looking at me the same way, believing. At that moment, he heard the whine of an incoming and threw me down, his body on top of me. I was still looking at him. "Are you English?" I said. "Irish once." And then I knew. When his commander asked him to recruit a sniping team, I went with him. He chose a hotel overlooking the Killian barracks. They broke into rooms, smashed the windows out, nagged the Russians in the street below. When the tanks rolled up and pumped their shells into the building, we retreated to the cellars, disappearing until the Russian tanks moved on. Then back to sniping. We were never going to win this way. Just a chance to die with the most inconvenience. At night, there were two. The firing would stop. This man and I together in a hotel room. Broken glass icing the four-posted bed. We shook it off and he made love to me. Not just because he looked like my Russian. Because he prolonged what I had loved in the desert. He never mentioned his brother, nor did I. We were lying there together, 3 in the morning, an hour of silence. 1 hour till the silence ended, when he was asked to lead the raid on the tanks. He thought I was asleep. He wrote a quick note to me and left. Neither of us expected him to return, so why did we pretend he would? I got out through the American embassy. The paper wanted me to write it all up. The victory of Hungarian revolutionary worker peasant democracy. They hadn't seen what I had seen. I don't mean violence, guns, men's things. They hadn't seen the passion, the wanting, the fight. What did dialectics mean anymore? Their kind of talking into the night, the rights of this, the emancipation of that. I probably had some kind of breakdown. I was down here at Granny's. She took me to watch her play at the tennis club. That's where I met your father. I mean, I'd met him years before. Peter Standing was always there, ready to make up a doubles, bringing down his game to match the ladies. He was probably a little surprised when I accepted his proposal. I turned him down every time before.
He didn't mind you were...
As far as your father was concerned, it was the act of a gentleman.
Who is my father?
It was all in the same cycle. What use were blood tests? They were brothers.
Half-brothers?
They were twins, darling.
It's just I thought that...
What?
No, nothing.
Your father is both of them. I don't want us to try and separate them. Not now.
Come in.
In the bathroom.
Down soon.
Angel's back here.
Really? Oh, that's wonderful. Wonderful. Angel. Angel.
I'm in the bath.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. Are you all right?
Of course I am.
Oh, that's wonderful. It's lovely to see you.
You haven't seen me yet.
Oh, right. Hear you then.
Come on, darling. Must be stone cold in there by now. She's just getting out, Peter. 10 minutes.
Lovely.
Your tutor came round. You could have told us you were doing another course.
Ross.
Had a nice chat. And a friend of yours, Vicky.
Vic.
Nice girl.
Kind of.
They were worried about you.
I'm okay. Look at me.
I think you should ring them.
Please. They're my affair.
Then I think I'll invite them to Sunday lunch.
What day is it today?
How about a sherry?
Thanks. Teo Pepe for me. All right, Angel.
Fine, thanks. That'll be just fine.
Angel Standing was written by Jonathan Meyerson. Angel was played by Juliet Aubrey and Mr. Levy by Timothy West. Old Hannah was Maggie Whiting, Cahill and Vic, Aidan Gillan, and Ross, Gavin Muir. Levy was played by Paul Panting, Zeidel by Peter Kenny, Eppie and Hanny by Kathy Sarah, and Mima by Elaine Claxton. Neville Jason was the rabbi, with Mark Lambert as Finn, Neil Dudgeon as Judah, and Margaret John as Georgina Standing. Other parts were played by Don McCorkindale, Peter Whitman, James Taylor, and members of the cast. The music was composed by Elizabeth Parker. Angel Standing was directed by Peter Kavanagh.
The Man-Eater of Malgudi by R.K. Narayan, dramatized by William Ash, with Sam Basoor as Natraj.
My name is Nataraj. I live in Malgudi, a small town in South India. I am the town's main printer, and on Market Road, very near the house where I live with my wife and young son, is my print shop. The little parlour next to the press room looks out onto the fountain in the centre of Malgudi. It's a pleasant place for people to stop for a rest and a chat on their way about the town. In fact, two friends of mine, the journalist Sen and the poet Kavi, have just come in.
Hello, Natraj. Sen and I just happen to be in the neighbourhood.
You're both welcome to stay as long as you like, but I must leave you soon. We've a very important order of 3 colour labels for KJ's aerated drinks to deal with. You know what KJ's like when he doesn't get something exactly when he wants it.
I thought old Sastry did all the actual work of printing. Once you'd got the orders, of course.
Mr. Sastry is extremely competent in all departments of printing and has served me faithfully these many years. But I assure you, whenever we're very busy, I lend a hand myself. Provided, of course, that my visitors can spare me.
Oh, come, Nataraj. Would we drop in on you like this if you didn't make us feel that we were always welcome here? I thought you'd want to hear the verses I've just written.
Have I ever failed to do justice to your poetry, Kavi?
After all, it isn't every town that can boast an epic poet. Writing the life of the god Krishna, too, in verse. It's just that I must...
Why the monosyllabic verse?
Do you know anything about poetry, Sen? If not, kindly stick to journalism and just forget about literature. I can appreciate what Kavi's doing. With monosyllables, you get such clear lyrical lines as... girls with girls did dance in trance. Lost on Sen, I'm afraid.
And when you can't find a monosyllable for what you want to say?
He carves up polysyllables in the most remarkable way, so that the most familiar terms take on a mysterious quality.
That's all very well. But I don't see how people can stuff their heads full of poetry when this is going on.
He only comes here to read your newspapers, you know. Sen is perfectly welcome to. Since he writes quite a bit of what they print, and not just the local papers either, we can't begrudge him the right to read them, can we? But I
don't come here just to read the papers myself. I come here to interpret them for my friends.
Thank you very much.
Now you take this article on Nehru's third five-year plan.
You're not going to get started on Nehru again.
300 crores of rupees. I ask you, 300 crores of rupees. There's nothing in it for the country but ruin.
Some people have got in the habit of blaming everything on the government. They think democracy means that if there's no sugar in the shops, government is responsible. What if there's no sugar? Will we die if we don't have sugar for our coffee some days?
I, for one, can do without epic poetry a lot easier than I can do without sugar.
What is it, Mr. Sastry?
I thought you were coming in to fix that block on the machine for the second impression.
I was waiting for you to fix the block. Then I'll run off the second impression.
But I told you that I have to go home early to perform a puja.
Performing a religious ceremony is all very well and good, Mr. Sastry, but when we have this order to complete for KJ...
I have laid out the work so that this particular puja, which has to be performed today, and the 3 color labels which have to be finished by this evening, will all get done.
All right, all right. I'll get started on it. But you'll be back to help complete the job.
Of course.
Who's that? The big man standing near the fountain. He keeps looking this way.
I don't know. I've never seen him before. You'd remember him if you had seen him before. He's huge. He doesn't belong to Malgudi, I know that.
He's coming here. Just look at the size of him.
You, Nataraj?
Yes?
I was told you were the man to see if I wanted to get some printing done.
That's right, Mr.
Vasu. That's the name. Vasu.
And what can I do for you, Mr. Vasu?
Read this.
H. Vasu, M.A., taxidermist. Taxidermist?
That's right. I want 500 sheets of notepaper and 500 visiting cards.
500? Are you sure you need 500 visiting cards? Couldn't you have 100 at a time printed? They'd be fresh then.
Don't you tell me. I am telling you. I know how many visiting cards I need.
I can print 10,000 if you want.
Good. Are these customers of yours?
Kavi here is... I'm a teacher in the school.
What do you teach?
Oh, history, geography, English. Anything the boys must know.
I'm an all-rounder myself.
Kavi's a poet. He's nominally a teacher, but actually...
I never read poetry. No time.
And Sen
I'm a journalist. I also am an MA in history.
I see.
If you wanted to know something about the present government...
I will go to a small-town journal.
I really think I ought to be going. I know how busy you are, Nataraj,
yes,
and...
I ought to be getting along, too. Pleased to meet you, Mr...
Vasu. The name's Vasu.
It must be an interesting job, taxidermy. I don't think I've ever... Where is your office?
I hope to make a start right here. I became interested in the art when I was in Junagadh. I came across a master there, one Suleiman, and he taught me the art.
That really is very interesting, but...
After all, we are civilized human beings, aren't we? Educated and cultured. It's up to us to prove our superiority to nature. Science conquers nature in a new way each day. Why not in creation also? Why should we not show that we can make nature ourselves? That's my philosophy, sir. I challenge any man to contradict me.
I think you've got a point there, but...
Suleiman, he was a saint. He taught me sincerely. Everything he knew.
Oh.
You're wondering about my MA, aren't you? I got it at Madras. You'd like to know more about me.
Some other time, I certainly would. But there's this important order...
I took my master's degree in 1931. I was involved in the civil disobedience movement against British rule and was in jail. And then in Nagpur, I met a strong man at a show. That man could bear a half-ton stone slab on his cheek and have it split by hammer strokes. He could snap steel chains and he could hit a block of hard granite with his fist and pulverize it. I was young then, and his strength appealed to me. I introduced myself to the strong man and begged him to let me become his disciple. He agreed. In a few months, I too could snap chains, twist iron bars, and pulverize granite. Gradually, he grew flabby and lazy and let me do everything. When I complained, he called me an ungrateful dog and tried to push me out.
Did he succeed?
Push me out? I knew his weak spot. I hit him there with the edge of my palm in a sharp chopping movement, and he lay squirming on the floor. I knew he could never perform again. I left him there, walked away, and gave up the strong man's life for good.
You didn't stop to help him?
I helped him by not holding him upside down and rattling his teeth out of his head.
But why did you treat him like that?
Because I was stronger than he was.
But he taught you to be strong. He was your guru.
He made money out of me.
But while you were being trained, he fed you. He taught you...
You know nothing about these things. You haven't seen the world. You only know what goes on in a miserable little place like this.
If you think this is such a miserable place, why did you choose to come here?
You think I'm coming to Malgudi out of admiration for it? I'm establishing myself here because of the jungles in the Mampi Hills. I'm a taxidermist. I have to be where wild animals live.
And die.
And die in droves. You are a smart guy.
Now I really must get on with my work.
When do I get my visiting cards? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow? We haven't talked about the typeface or anything yet. You'll have to come in tomorrow so that we can arrange everything. I told him to come in the next day, and we'd sort out the details of the visiting cards he wanted printed. But that was last Tuesday, and I haven't seen anything of him since.
Did he say anything about staying here in Malgudi?
What he said was that Malgudi was conveniently close to the Mempi forest, which is full of the wild animals he needs.
I don't think he's the sort of person we want here in Malgudi.
He's a bit of a bully, Sen, but I think it's just a question of standing up to him.
Speak of the devil.
Do you see him, Kavi?
He's getting out of the jeep.
Natraj, I've come for my cards.
But look here.
I ordered 500 visiting cards, and you told me to come in the next day.
What I said was that we would have to agree about the type, quality of paper, and so forth, and that if you'd come in the next day, all that could be done. Where have you been the last week?
Away. Busy. Some of us work, you know.
I've been busy too. Satri, please bring those ivory card samples, and also the 10-point copper plate.
I see your 2 hangers-on are still here. You know, I think that chair would suit me best. The others are too small.
Yes, of course. Do sit here.
And how is the great expert on the 5-year plan? You know, Natraj, if he's so much wiser than Nehru, why doesn't he try to become the Prime Minister of India?
I was exercising my right to comment on public matters. Is there no freedom of speech?
If you feel superior to Nehru, why don't you go to Delhi and take charge of the cabinet?
Are you making fun of me because you think I'm afraid of you?
Now, wait a minute. We're all friends. I won't have any fighting in here.
Where then?
Nowhere. Nowhere in Malgudi, I hope.
I won't have him thinking I'm frightened of his size. Are you threatening to hit me?
No, sir. You see this fist? I could settle many problems with this, but I don't. If I hit you with it, that would be the end of you. Mind you, that doesn't mean I might not give you a kick up the arse if you become a nuisance.
Come, Kavi. We'll find some place else to continue our discussion.
I don't really think you...
People must take me as I am. That's the only honest way to face the world.
Satsi. These are the sample cards you can choose from. And this is the type book.
They all look alike to me. Just tell your staff to get on with whatever you think is best.
So you trust me?
I trust you as a friend. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you in the first place.
Well, that's fine then. You know, I welcome friends rather than customers. I'm not a fellow who cares for money. If anyone comes to me for pure business, I tell them they ought to find another printer. Was there something else, Thursday?
The waste paper buyer has been looking at all that stuff in the attic.
There's an attic above the press which is full of old newspapers, files of dead correspondence and accounts, and thousands of copies of a school magazine we used to print. Nobody's been up there for years, and I decided to have it all cleared out.
Nataraj, you have to watch these empty bottle and old paper men. They'll cheat you if they can.
Send him in, Sastry.
Very well.
Yes, sir. You've looked through all that paper in the attic?
Yes, sir. There's scorpions up there, maybe even snakes.
But you've arrived at an estimate of what the paper's worth.
Most of it is old, very old and completely brown.
You don't think I'd have called you in if it was new and white and ready for use, do you?
The best offer I can make, sir, is 25 rupees.
25 rupees?
We'd have done better to use it to save firewood.
But this old man will be clearing all that paper out for you. Suppose I go up with him and see what I think his loot is really worth.
Would you, Vasu? That would be very kind of you.
Isn't that what friends are for, Nataraj?
You don't approve, Sastry?
It's not for me to say.
What do you think of Vasu?
It's all right, sir. The gentleman says 25 rupees is a fair price. Here you are. I'll move out all the paper and carry it away in my car. The gentleman would like for you to come up to the attic, sir.
Good heavens, Vasu. You seem to fill the whole room.
Very snug. That old man's doing you a favor to clear out all this rubbish. The only thing is that in sorting through it, he stirred up 1,000 mosquitoes. It's the one thing I can't stand, mosquitoes. Night or day, at the very mention of mosquitoes, I run.
Here, let me open the window. I'd forgotten what a nice view of the fountain you get from up here.
What do you propose to do with this place?
Well,
I'll clean it up and stay here for a while. It's a good place to dump my things. Of course, I'll have to get a mosquito net for sleeping in, a bed and a couple of chairs. The roof comes down too low. I'll have to be careful not to bump my head. Still, it'll do for now. Well, why don't you say something?
I just never thought of this attic as habitable.
I've thought of it. I'll stay here until a bungalow is vacated for me nearer the Mempi forest. Well?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Isn't this your place to do it as you please?
Yes, I suppose so. Are we clear to deal with the wedding invitation, Sastry? The adjournment lawyer is an important man in Malgudi. We don't want anything to go wrong over his daughter's wedding invitations.
I can't speak for things going wrong or not. I can hardly concentrate on my work with that man pounding up and down the stairs at any time of day or night.
Vasu's only staying in the attic till he gets a proper bungalow of his own.
You should never have let him move in on us, if I may say so.
Well, I didn't exactly let him, did I?
And have you agreed all the details of the wedding invitations with the lawyer? We'll be pushed to get all of them done in time.
He's coming here in about 10 minutes. I'll call you when he comes, so you can be here while we go over everything. There he is now.
That's not the lawyer. That's your tenant.
Come outside a minute.
I can't. I'm busy.
Come on. It won't take long. Get in the car.
I can't. Someone is coming to see me in just a few minutes on a very important business matter.
Get in.
I tell you, I can't. Where are you going?
I'll have you back in 10 minutes. Can't you spare 10 minutes for my sake?
No.
All right. 5 minutes then.
Only 5 minutes. Hey, not so fast.
You said you were in a hurry to get back.
Where are you taking me?
I thought you might like a visit to Mempi.
To Mempi? But I told you I had a very important appointment. He'll be waiting for me at my office now.
So, you don't like being with me?
Look out!
Let Cam look out.
You almost hit that old woman.
I tell you, many more people will have to die on the road if our nation is to develop any road sense.
Do you realize that you're keeping me from dealing with the wedding arrangements of one of Malgudi's most important families?
Ha! Only fools marry, and they deserve all the trouble they get. I don't know why people marry at all. If you like a woman, have her by all means. You don't have to have a coffee estate because you like a cup of coffee now and then.
Are you kidnapping me? I can tell you my wife hasn't the money to pay a ransom.
So you think I'm carrying you off against your will, huh? All right, get out.
But we're miles from anywhere.
Stop complaining then.
Is this Memphis town?
Nearly. This is the office of somebody I want you to meet.
Who is it?
Ramaswamy, the forestry officer of the Mempi Hills.
Ah, so it's you, Vasu.
Natraj, this is the man I was telling you about. A truly great man. Why? He is Mempi Forest. He knows and has numbered every beast. He is fearless. You know, he has killed rogue elephants and man-eating tigers.
I have only done my duty. Won't you come in?
No, we haven't time. My friend's in a great hurry. He's the one I was telling you about. He can print that little book of yours.
No, wait a minute.
He's the one, is he? I'll just get the manuscript.
Now look here, what are you letting me in for?
You did all that printing for me.
Which you haven't paid me a single paisa for.
You said you preferred friendly to business relationships, remember? So as a friend, I'm putting you in the way of this job for the forestry officer.
Here you are. It's all here. My golden thoughts. I've been collecting them for years. From the Bhagavad Gita, the Upanishads, from Shakespeare, from Mahatma Gandhi. I want to bring them out in book form and distribute them to the school children, free of charge. That is how I want to serve my country.
Ah, yes. Well, of course, you want to make sure that there'll be no mistakes at all in something like that. Before giving it to me, don't you think you ought to go over it again very carefully?
Oh, I have.
It would be even better if someone else went over it with a fine-tooth comb. How about Vasu here?
What a good idea.
Ramaswamy, I'm a very busy man.
But there is that little matter of a game permit. If you were checking over the manuscript of my book, I'd have time to make it out for you.
Oh, all right. Give it to me.
Here you are, Vasuji. Thank you. Goodbye.
So, that's what all this has been about. You just wanted me to do a favor for the forestry officer, so he'd give you a game permit.
Isn't that what friends are for?
Are you going to take me back to Malgudi now?
Of course. We'll just stop at the tea shop in the village. You want some refreshment after such a long ride?
I could do with a cup of tea.
Raj, this is my friend Muthu who owns the tea shop. Sir Muthu, what's the news?
Good news. There was a prowler last night. We saw pug marks in the sand and the sheep were bleating as if they'd gone mad.
Where? Near here? I'll go at once.
Vasu, will you kindly give me some money so I can get some tea and something to eat? I came away without my purse or anything.
Not now, Natraj. Can't you see I'm busy? Where were the pug marks?
Just up the mountain road, not far.
I go at once.
Vasu, come back. Give me some money at least, Vasu.
It's no use. When he's on the track of a tiger, nothing else matters to him.
I've got to get back to Malgudi. Is there a bus I can catch?
Not till 9 o'clock tonight.
But I won't get home till midnight.
You're welcome to stay in my shop till the bus comes. All the buses stop at my tea shop.
Well, that's very kind of you, only...
You've come away without any money. I heard you calling out to Vasu. Well, sir, you needn't worry about that. Please, be my guest.
It isn't just paying you for something to eat and for some tea. I don't even have any money for the bus ticket. I wouldn't have you think that I usually go about this way without so much as a paisa in my pocket. I own a very respectable printing business in Malgudi. It's just...
You're a printer! I'm so happy to meet you. Can you print some notices for me?
Oh, with the greatest pleasure. I'm here to serve the public. I can print anything you want.
Oh, that's very good. Let me get you some idlis and dosas and tea, or would you rather have coffee? And don't worry about your ticket. I know all the drivers. I'll explain that you'll pay at the other end.
This is very kind of you.
Well, we businessmen must stick together. I'm a self-made man, you know. Oh, yes. I came to Mempi as a boy of 12 looking for work. I was employed on a tea plantation owned by an English company until it changed hands at the time of the independence.
Really?
Then I had a small shop selling betel nuts, peppermint and tobacco. When construction work started on a dam near here, I expanded into a tea shop, which has prospered, as you can see. And do you know why?
Hard work? Some good service for your customers?
All that, of course. But the real reason. Come here a moment. Do you see that shrine above the tree? Yes, I do. That's why everything has gone so well. The goddess protects us. I rebuilt the temple with my own funds. I have regular pujas perform there. We even have a temple elephant. He came years ago of his own accord, straying down from the hills with a herd of cattle that had been grazing up there. He was only about 6 months old then, no bigger than a young buffalo. We adopted him for the temple. His name is Kuma, and the children and elders alike all adore him and feed him with coconut and sugarcane and rice all day.
Well, that's very interesting.
We're about to celebrate the consecration of the temple on a grand scale, carrying the goddess in a procession with pipes and music, led by Kuma, our elephant. That's why I'm so glad to meet a printer like you. We'll want at least 1,000 notices printed.
Oh, I can handle that without any difficulty at all. When is the celebration?
We'll have to discuss it at a meeting of the temple committee, but I can tell them we don't have to worry about the notices.
And it'll be all right about my not having the money for my bus ticket?
Perfectly all right. But don't you think you ought to wait for Vasu to come back? You know what he's like.
I have my own business to run. An adjournment lawyer whose daughter is getting married has been waiting in my office for 4 or 5 hours now to settle the matter of wedding invitations. So, you see, I can't be at Vasu's beck and call. I'm not afraid of him, you know. We're, well, friends.
So I have to get up in the middle of the night to feed you? And you didn't even say you were going out of town.
I didn't know, did I, Kamala? Suddenly I found myself in Memphis stranded without any money.
It's all because of that man you have taken in as a lodger. Honestly, I don't dare to send Babu around to fetch you for meals anymore. That man threatened him once. Your own son. Too terrified to go into the place where his father works. Why didn't you discuss it with me before letting him move into the attic?
You know I don't discuss business matters with you.
Is this a business matter? When your own family is barred from your own printer?
Careful! You've stepped on Babu's cat. Come here, Tara. Nice, Tara.
Just stay out from underfoot, Tara. So I can give our Lord and Master his midnight feast.
I'm sorry, Kamala. And I have to get out to the office first thing tomorrow morning to put things right with our adjournment lawyer. We waited till 9 last night. I've always told you that you should lock up at your usual time whether I'm in or not. But the lawyer wouldn't move. He kept saying you promised to be here to see him at 9 o'clock in the morning, and he went on waiting till you came. And then he began saying that it didn't make any difference whether you came or not, because he would get the invitations printed elsewhere. And then... Oh, stop that, Sasti. If I disappeared abruptly, it was my own business. Why should I be expected to give an explanation to everyone? That man Vasu's business, more like. Bring me the original draft of the invitations for the wedding. I'll take it round to the lawyers and get the whole thing sorted out. Would you look at that? What? On the back seat of Vasu's Jeep, the enormous head of a tiger. Oh, no.
I've done it. I've bagged my tiger. Do you know what he measures? 10.5 feet from tip to tip. The head is almost 18 inches wide.
And you're going to take all that up to the attic?
How else would I stuff him?
But you haven't got your permit yet.
The tiger didn't object. There won't be any trouble about a license now that you're printing the forestry officer's golden thoughts for him. Natraj, come out to the car. I want to show it to you.
I don't choose to come anywhere near your car if it's all the same to you.
Oh, you are thinking about yesterday. But it was worth it, wasn't it? I got my tiger. You know, I spent the early hours of this morning bleeding, skinning and cleaning it. The skin, in perfect shape, is pickled in salt. I'll drive around to the back and take it all up to my room.
Can you imagine what that little room is getting to be like? He's already stuffed a lot of smaller animals, you know. They're spilling over onto the stairs. Have you seen that hyena on the landing? The first time I saw it there, its eyes glittering, it gave me a turn. I'm sure I can't be bothered by stuffed animals. Maybe you aren't bothered by the foul odors coming down from there either. Sometimes it's so bad in the print room, I can hardly work. I must say, Sastri, I would have expected a bit more patience with life's day-to-day difficulties from someone as devout as you're supposed to be. It goes on and on. Every time I hear that jeep arrive, I know that some new blood-covered object is going to be carried up to that room. Who'd have thought that one day my print shop would be converted into a charnel house?
I don't see how so many dead animals can be crowded into such a small space.
But they don't stay up there, Sam. He sells them. From this humble town of Malgudi, from my little print shop, stuffed carcasses radiate to the four corners of the earth. When I think of the way I was brought up, we were taught never to kill anything. When we swatted flies, we had to do it without the knowledge of our elders. Why, I remember one of my granduncles who used to give me a coin every morning to buy sugar for the ants, and made sure I put the sugar in various corners of the house so that the ants could get it. You must never scare away the crows and sparrows that share our food, he used to say. They have as much right as we to the corn that grows in the fields. And now I find myself the master of an abattoir. What am I going to do?
You certainly have a problem.
I have a problem? I thought friends were for the purpose of sharing problems.
Well, I've stood up to him. More than others I could mention. The trouble is, he's so strong and he's not afraid of anything.
Except mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes?
Mosquitoes seem to drive him wild. I thought of trying to fill the place with mosquitoes. But he'll find ways of keeping them out of the attic. You can't think of anything, can you, when it isn't a problem that can't be blamed directly on the Nehru government?
You shouldn't have let things drift. As a nation, we are what we are today because of our lack of a positive grip over our affairs. It's this policy of drift. That's our curse.
Thank you very much. What about you, Kavi? Are you going to suggest that I should read some of your cantos to him to drive him out?
Why don't you raise the rent?
Because I'm not renting it to him, that's why. He doesn't pay me a paisa for that room. I let him have it as, well, as a friend, I guess.
Then you can surely tell him to go. No, why not?
That's what my wife says. Tell him to go. Babu is frightened of him, so you ought to tell him to go. But if either of you had any understanding of the situation at all, you'd realize it isn't as easy as that. There. Every time I hear that sound, it sends a shudder through me. It makes me feel that none of this really belongs to me anymore. It's been taken over by some kind of demon.
Well, you know he's up there now. You just have to go up and tell him that this is your place and that he must find somewhere else.
I suppose I must. I don't suppose either of you would like to come with me. No, that's all right. I have to do it on my own.
What is it?
Nataraj.
What do you want?
I have to talk to you.
Come in. You can see how busy I am. Every day I don't fill with work is a day completely wasted.
Good heavens. This room is full of dead things. Jungle squirrels, all kind of birds.
Yes, isn't it? And you can see through the mosquito netting how I've rigged up a line on the terrace for drying skins. And there are more skins soaking in that tub in the corner.
But the smell!
The smell of honest toil, Natraj.
I don't see how you can stand that awful stench.
Natraj, don't pretend you are endowed with more sensitive nostrils than anyone else. Don't make out yourself superior to the rest of us. This is a democracy, remember?
Oh, look at that poor eagle.
Yes, hasn't it turned out well?
But don't you know that it's sacred? Garuda, the messenger of the god Vishnu?
I want to make Vishnu use his feet now and then.
It may be nothing to you, but people stop in the road and look up admiringly when this bird circles in the sky.
You know, there's probably a good business proposition here. I can supply stuffed eagles at about 50 rupees each. Everybody can keep a sacred Garuda for pujas. And I guarantee that it won't fly off. You know, I want to be of service to religious folk. In my own way, of course.
Oh, no.
What's the matter now?
That's Babu's cat. That's Tara.
Ah, yes, I needed it for study. It's the same family as the tiger. It's helping me make my full mood.
But that cat belonged to my little son. You had no right to shoot it.
I saw it wandering around the press room. I had no idea it belonged to anybody. Now, what was it you wanted to talk to me about? Because I'm busy.
Vasu, I don't want you to misunderstand me, but have you been able to find a suitable house?
Why do you ask?
I just thought I'd ask, that's all.
This place suits me well enough for the time being.
Well, now that's the problem. You see, I require this place for...
For what?
Well, someone is... that's it. Someone is coming to stay with us.
Tell me, Natraj. How many rooms in your own house are occupied?
Do we need to go into all that now?
Yes, we do.
This person, this relative I'm speaking about, likes to stay by himself.
Would anybody seek solitude above a noisy press room?
Well, you see...
Listen to me. For years, you did nothing more than household paper up here. Now, I've made it slightly habitable. You're getting ideas. Do you know how much it's cost me to clear out the cobwebs and furnish it? The mosquitoes and the vermin would eat you alive if it weren't for the netting I've hung about and the rat traps I've set.
Do you stuff them too?
And in hot weather like now, this room is a baking oven. I tell you, no one but me would agree to live in a place like this.
Does that mean you'll be trying to find some place that's more suitable than my attic?
It means that you are very lucky to have found somebody who was willing to take on this filthy little storeroom of yours, who was prepared to turn it into a place, not fit for me to live in perhaps, but fit for me to work in.
I see.
Now, was there anything else? Because I am very, very busy.
Sastry!
What is it?
This official-looking letter just came for me. Will you please read it?
It says you have to show just cause why proceedings should not be instituted against you.
I know, but why? I can't believe it.
It says that you gave part of your printing establishment for the occupation without sanction of one Mr. Vasu, and that you are now trying to evict said tenant by illegal means.
But that's ridiculous.
Did you tell him to get out? You ought to have long ago.
I went up to that room last week sometime and asked him to leave. He practically threw me out.
This paper also accuses you of not maintaining this building in a habitable condition and of involving the said tenant in considerable expense.
But that's absurd, Sastry. Can I just ignore it?
I don't think you can ignore something that's legal. They can put you in jail for that.
I know. I'll consult the adjournment lawyer.
Consulting lawyers can be an expensive business.
Has he paid for the wedding invitations yet?
Not a paisa.
Well then, he can advise me what to do, and I'll set his bill off against our bill.
There he goes.
Carrying some poor murdered denizen of the forest up to his lair.
And stinking up this whole section of town. People are beginning to complain, you know.
Maybe they'll take out proceedings against him.
The proceedings would be against you. It's your property.
This is impossible. How can it be my property when I no longer have the disposal of it? Oh, go on, say it. My wife always does. I've no one to blame but myself.
Why do you stand up for that man? He's taken over your room without paying you anything for it. He hasn't paid anything at all for all the letterheads and visiting cards and business forms we have printed for him. And he's going to make trouble for you with the rest of Malgudi.
I don't stand up for him. It's just that... I'll tell you something about me, Sastry. I can't be an enemy to anyone. I'm no good at it. As a schoolboy, if there was another boy I was supposed to be on terms of hate and hostility with, I'd follow him around like a shadow. I felt desperately uneasy for as long as our enmity lasted. I made myself abject in order to win a favorable look or word, and was constantly on the lookout for a chance to tell him I wanted to be friends with him again. It bothered me like a toothache.
But what we have here isn't a schoolmate you've fallen out with and want to make it up with again. Let me quote a Sanskrit proverb for you. To deal with a Rakshasa, one must possess the marksmanship of a hunter, the wit of a pundit, and the guile of a harlot.
Rakshasa? Demonic creature? Really, Sastry?
He conforms to all the definitions of Rakshasa. Enormous strength, strange powers, a kind of genius for destruction, and no recognition of the moral restraints of either man or God. People think such creatures only existed in Vedic times. But they turn up in contemporary history, don't they? Men like Hitler with a genius for evil.
If there were anything in what you're saying, what could we do? The marksmanship is with him, not us. When he's depleted the Mempe forest of its creatures, maybe he'll become tame again and leave us alone.
That won't happen. But every Rakshasa gets swollen with his ego. He thinks he is invincible beyond every law. But sooner or later, something or other will destroy him.
And meanwhile, there's nothing we can do.
Oh, we can perform pujas, we can pray to the gods.
But from whence came the Rakshas's great strength and cunning, if not from the gods?
Our pundits have thought deeply about that. And I could quote to you from the Upanishads, but Instead, I will remind you of the story of Bhasmasura, of the greatest of the Rakshasa.
There's those admission cards for the high school graduation.
This won't take long, and it's very relevant. Bhasmasura, remember, had by some means acquired a special boon, according to which everything he touched was scorched, while nothing could ever destroy him. Armed with this power, he made humanity suffer untold evil. God Vishnu was incarnated as a dancer of great beauty named Mohini, with whom the Rakshasa became infatuated. Mohini promised to yield to him only if he imitated all the gestures and movements of her dance. At one point, she placed her palms on her head. The Rakshasa followed this gesture in complete forgetfulness and was reduced to ashes that very second.
So there it is, Nataraj. My epic poem practically completed. The marriage of Krishna and Radha has just been celebrated. All in monosyllables, of course.
That's splendid. You know, Kavi, since your poem celebrates the marriage of a god, why shouldn't we celebrate that poetic celebration? A Malgudi religious festival in your honor.
What a good idea. Very auspicious.
And of course, we've something else to celebrate then. The first issue of your news sheet ought to be coming out soon.
Why don't I bring out the first issue in time to announce the festival?
Come in.
Namaskar.
Muthu!
Namaskar.
I told you about Muthu, who owns the tea shop in Mempi. He was so helpful to me that day I was practically kidnapped. These are my friends. Sen, who's a journalist.
Nice to meet you.
And Malgudi's poet, Kavi.
How do you do, sir?
You haven't come to see Vasu.
No, we helped that man so much, but he thinks we informed on him to the forestry officer. He came and created a scene at my shop and threatened us with a gun. And now he doesn't have anything to do with us.
It's all for the best if a Rakshasa ceases to notice you.
Oh, yes, yes.
What I came to see you about is our elephant. You remember Kumar? You couldn't see him that day. He was grazing in the jungle, but I told you all about him and what an important member of our community he is.
Yes.
Well, he's fallen sick.
Oh, what a shame. He's the nicest elephant. The children all love him and keep feeding him sugarcane.
We want your help. Kumar needs medical attention.
Well, I don't know. Our doctor, Dr. Rao of Town Medical Stores, is very good, but I don't know how he'd react to an elephant in his clinic.
No. We've heard of a government hospital for animals recently opened. We think it's somewhere near here.
It's a veterinary college on the other bank of the Siriu. A deputy minister opened it several months ago with a long speech on the importance of ahimsa and the role of animals in the human economy.
I must have missed it. I suppose it's a question of how to get Kumar there. What seems to be wrong with him?
He's not taking his food at all. He shuns it. I came to you because more than others, I knew you'd be able to do something for us. You were kind enough to say I could ask you for any help. Poor Kumar. He used to be so lively. Now he seems to get cramps. He lies down on his belly and howls. Have you ever seen an elephant lie down? He has to be coaxed and cajoled to accept a bowl of cooked rice.
Isn't there anybody around there who knows about elephants?
There's the Mahout we get to ride him at celebrations, but nobody's seen him recently. Do you think you could come to Mempi with me and see what's to be done? We could also talk about the printing for our temple dedication ceremony.
Oddly enough, we've just been talking about the festival we are going to have here to celebrate the completion of Mr. Kavi's Krishna epic.
When's that to be?
In about 3 weeks' time.
We might consider having a joint celebration, if that would suit you.
Oh, yes. I'd like as many people to be there as possible.
That's splendid. I'll come to Mempi with you then, Muthu. Can you put me up for the night?
Of course. We'll be very glad to have you. There he is, just lying there. He's been like that for 3 days now, flopped down like a dog. His legs stretched out, his trunk and tail limp on the ground.
And he won't eat?
This boy will show you. Try to give him something, Anand.
He ought to be seen by a vet. Someone at that government veterinary college just outside Malgudi. Can he be got on his feet?
Kumar can't walk all that way, not in his condition. Can't the elephant doctor come here?
I don't know. Maybe the elephant doctor can't do tests or make up the right prescriptions without all his equipment.
Look, the Mahout is back. He'll know what to do.
Hey, why is Kumar lying down like that?
That's what we'd like to know. He's been like that for 3 days.
I'll ask him. He's a secret old fellow. Hey, keep back! Keep back! He doesn't want a big audience for what he has to say to me.
Kumar's whispering to him.
Will someone get me a mangrove switch? I've yet to see an animal that won't get up if I stick to the underside of him with a mangrove switch. Ah, that's fine. Now, Kumar, just feel that, eh? more. All right. Now let me get up behind your head. That's it. Now come on. Up. That's it. Up. Is he all right? He's not all right. But we can make it to the veterinary college as long as we take it slowly.
Good. I'll have the elephant doctor waiting for you outside of town.
It will take us a couple of days. Hey, Kumar.
Thank you, Nataraj. You've been such a help to us.
Sastry, shut it off, please. I want you to look at these designs for our festival poster.
4 colors.
Can we do it? In the next few days, I mean.
It'll mean dropping everything else.
Well, our festival ought to take precedence over everything else, Sastry. What's that?
That's Rangi. All sorts of low-class women are in and out of that room up there.
Oh, no. If my wife gets to hear about this...
Rangi is the main one. You know about Rangi.
How would I know about someone like that? Who is she?
She's the daughter of Padma, who used to be a dancer attached to the Krishna temple. Rangi has succeeded her there. Before that, she joined a drama troupe which toured the villages. She's quite notorious. Her mother was a traditional dedicated woman of the temple who took 1 or 2 wealthy lovers. Rangi seduces every man she sets eyes on. You're wondering how I know so much about her. Remember, I live in that Abu Lane district too.
I may have seen her in the street recently. Dark, rather plump, overloaded with jewelry.
That's Rangi, throwing her head back in laughter, just like a man.
So, now as well as running an abattoir, we'll also be known as running a brothel. Oh, don't say it, Sastry. It's all my fault for letting him come here in the first place. I've just been discussing the festival poster with Sastry. This will give you an idea of how it's going to look.
I like it. The picture of Kavi makes him look about 20 years old. So I was when I began my epic poem. For the first issue of my news sheet, I've got a review of Kavi's Radha Kalyan by one of our local pundits.
I hope it's favourable.
Oh, it is. I helped him write it. How's the elephant getting on?
Very well. I was at the Animal Welfare College yesterday, and they say Kumar's going to be all right. So we'll have a fully caparisoned elephant for our procession.
This is going to be a festival they'll talk about in these parts for many, many years to come.
The sound of Vasu's feet. It's beginning to sound like the crack of doom to me. You two haven't heard anything about, well, odd comings and goings in this place, have you?
Now that you mention it, I did hear...
Vasu, I see your 2 chair fixtures are here.
They're my guests, if you don't mind.
I'm glad to see they're actually doing something, even if it's only bringing out news sheets and publishing poetry. That's what I'd like to see in my fellow countrymen. Spirit. If we'd shown more spirit, we wouldn't have fallen prey to every invader that's passed this way.
Showing spirit doesn't mean being a blustering bully.
Bravo! Even Nataraj is showing some spirit. When you were in Mempi, did you see the forestry officer?
We may have exchanged a few words. I had other business to attend to that.
I know. That elephant. Well, you can forget about bringing out the forestry officer's golden thoughts. I finally received to the post this permit he promised me. It says, H. Basu, licensed to trap small game and take parties of sightseers into Mempi Forest. Did he ask you about my activities?
Well, he did take an interest in...
Forget about that, man. I'll deal with him in due course. And instead of that absurd book of quotations he wanted you to print, you can bring out a book I've been working on.
Oh.
It's a monograph on wildlife. Every day our papers are full of speeches and meetings on problems of preserving wildlife. Most of them don't know what they're talking about. Amateurs are invading every field. Let a professional preserver of animal life have his proper say. I want my book ready for the conference on wildlife at the end of the year.
But you haven't paid me for any of the work I've already done for you.
Money isn't everything, Nataraj, but it is important sometimes. You're going to have to raise quite a bit of money from local merchants for that festival you're organizing. Tell you what, I'll take over the fundraising for you. The way to get money out of these merchants is to hold them up by their feet and shake them till their teeth rattle.
Well, Sastry, everything seems ready.
I never thought we'd make it.
I just hope nothing goes wrong.
You ought to go home, Sastry. It's late and you've had a tiring day.
You too, if I may say so.
I'll just finish casting up these accounts.
See you tomorrow, then.
What was that?
Oh.
You're Rangi, aren't you?
Not so loud.
What do you mean?
You'll wake him.
What do you mean approaching me at this hour of the night? What kind of a man do you think I am? And besides, my wife is just across the way. Suppose she saw me talking to you.
Listen to me, sir. I have urgent news for you.
Couldn't you have spoken to me earlier in the day?
I had to wait till he dropped off to sleep. Listen, he is talking of shooting your Kumar tomorrow night at the height of the festival.
Oh, no. Even Vasu couldn't do that.
He could and he would. I had to tell you. Ever since he got better, that elephant has become part of the life of our temple. I am also a woman of the temple, and I love that elephant. Kumar is going to be the major attraction at the festival.
I know. That's why I arranged it.
Sir, you must see that he doesn't do it. Oh, please, please save the elephant.
How can I shield an elephant? You can't get armor plating to fit an elephant. How do I know you're in your right senses? You haven't been taking opium or something, have you?
Sir, I'm only a public woman following what is my dharma. I may be a sinner to you, but I do nothing worse than what some of you so-called family women are doing. And whatever I do, I don't take opium.
I'm sorry. It's just that it's so unbelievable. What exactly did he say to you?
Tomorrow night, when the procession passes this way, he will shoot the elephant from his window.
But why?
He says it is more useful dead. He may kill me for speaking, but I don't care. I want to save poor Kumar.
But why did he tell you all this?
He doesn't want me to go in the procession. He says it'll be dangerous for me.
I never thought Vasu would have such consideration for another person.
He wants to take me with him when he leaves.
He must love you very much.
He wants me to cook for him. He likes the pulao I make.
But you're not going to stay away from the procession. You're supposed to dance along the way.
I will be there. It is my duty.
And Vasu's command that you stay away?
Let him say what he pleases. No man so far has stopped me from doing what I like. But what are you going to do to save Kumar?
Neither you nor Kumar need have any fear. I'll hand that devil over to the police.
Before he's done anything, they'll just laugh at you.
I'll do something.
You better had. I must get back before he wakes up.
I forgot to tell you, Sastry, not to come in this morning. There's nothing more for us to do here, nothing more for you to do. Take your family out for the day and enjoy yourself.
Aren't you coming to the festival with your wife and little Babu?
Later. There's something I've got to do first. I've got to see Vasu.
Why now? You have to do something about him, it's true. But can't it wait till after the festival?
This can't.
Well, you be careful. One has to take great care in dealing with a Rakshasa.
Who is it?
Me, Nataraj.
Come in. It's a long time since you've done me the honor of calling on me in my own room.
Well, I just... My wife was preparing some food to take to the temple grounds today, and we thought perhaps you'd like some.
Good. I'm hungry too.
Also, we, the festival committee, would like for you, as a local celebrity, to join in the procession tonight.
Right. Look at this tiger cub. I just finished it yesterday. Isn't it a beauty?
It's tiny.
Yes. It must have lost its mother and was looking for her. I solved its problem, you see. Doesn't it look cute?
But couldn't you have kept it?
Natrat, keeping animals costs money. I'm no zookeeper. You know how much I'll get for this stuffed cub? About 2,000 rupees.
I see. But what about her invitation to you to join in the procession tonight?
Look through that window. There is the town fountain. The procession will be passing right by it. I can see everything from here.
But wouldn't you like to be a part of the celebrations?
Listen, your whole crowd makes me sick.
Do you think that I give a damn about a poetester obsessed with monosyllables? Or that cheap local Nehru? All of you joining together to waste everybody's time and money. If I had the authority, I'd prohibit celebrations like this as a waste of national energy.
But you seemed enthusiastic to begin with. You even offered to help us raise money.
I'm always enthusiastic about raising money.
Vasu, I have come to appeal to you not to harm our elephant tonight.
Who's been gossiping, I wonder? Has that bitch been talking to you?
What bitch?
That woman Rangi. I'll wring her neck. All right. Suppose I decide to shoot the elephant. What can you do about it?
What has that poor elephant done to you?
Has it occurred to you how much more a dead elephant is worth? I can make 10,000 rupees out of that animal.
Then why don't you shoot an elephant in the forest? If you shoot a wild one, no one will blame you.
Your elephant will be wild enough, don't worry.
What do you mean?
That Kumar is mad already. Have you ever observed his eyes? See the red strip in his little eyes? That means at the slightest provocation, he'll go raving mad. You will thank me for my services.
What sort of provocation?
A gun going off, perhaps?
Whatever horrible plans you may have, just remember there will be thousands of people around. Men, women and children pulling the chariot right behind the elephant.
Let them go home like good citizens at a reasonable hour.
Who are you to say when they should go home?
Let them go or stay. I was just thinking of what was best for them. If that elephant runs wild...
But don't you see that if you...
I've had enough of this. What business have you here with me, Anatwat? It's not your elephant, is it? I'm not bound to tell you my business. If people are concerned about the elephant, let them lock it away. That won't bother me.
Vasu, you're a human being with feelings like any of us. I'm sure you only pretend to be so fierce and uncaring.
That's sentimental rubbish. I like people with a scientific outlook.
What's scientific about the terrible plans you have?
You use the word terrible and get carried away with it. There is nothing terrible in shooting. You pull your trigger and out goes the bullet. And at the other end, there is an object waiting to receive it. It's just give and take. That's the scientific outlook.
It may be science, but what if the object at the other end doesn't deserve to be brought down?
If an animal goes on a rampage, it has to be brought down. That's scientific. If you'd read that book of mine on wildlife, the one you're printing for me, you'd realize that only an expert can tell when an animal has passed the frontier between normal behavior and madness. You'll have to go now. This is my busy day.
Vasu, I beseech you.
Get out!
It's a wonderful festival. We are all enjoying ourselves. And yet you pull such a long face.
I have something to worry about.
You should have left all that behind today. Babu comes up all excited to tell you something. And you hardly pay any attention to him.
That's very wrong of me. Where is he?
He's over there, watching the Mahouds get Kumar ready for the procession.
I'll go over there with him.
Don't you children make so much noise. Kumar can't hear me when I tell him to get down on his knees.
There you are, Babu. Are you watching Kumar get his tusks painted for tonight?
Hello, sir. You see how well Kumar is now?
You don't think there's any danger of his, well, getting frightened by the fireworks or something and acting a bit, you know, mad?
Not Kumar. He loves the crowds and the excitement. He loves to lead a procession.
We don't want anything to happen to him, do we?
Nothing's going to happen to Kumar. I've been telling the children the story about the mythological elephant Gajendra, who stepped into a lake and had his leg caught in the jaws of a mighty crocodile. He desperately called on Vishnu, who immediately appeared and endowed Gajendra with such strength that he broke away from the crocodile and climbed out on the shore.
Oh, may Vishnu preserve Kumar.
Do you know that woman there?
Certainly not.
She is a temple dancer, I think. She certainly seems to be trying to attract your attention.
Oh, I'll go over and tell her she mustn't try to talk to strange men like that.
Why are you contacting me here where everybody can see us? I was worried about you, sir. Basu seems to have gone wild.
Oh, that's very thoughtful of you. I saw him and argued with him, and a lot of good it did. But he didn't hit me or anything.
He came to my house while I was at the temple and demanded that I go and see him.
Don't do it. He suspects you may have told me about his plan to kill the elephant. Don't go near him. Stay with the crowd.
I don't obey him. He has threatened to set fire to my house. With my poor mother there.
All the same, you mustn't see him. I'll have the police guard your house.
But maybe if I see him, I could get him in a mood to listen to me. I'll cook some of his favorite pulao and could take it to him. Maybe I could persuade him not to kill Kumar.
But you know what he's like. If he thinks of something, he has to do it, and nothing in heaven or hell can stop him.
A woman in my position has her way. I'll go to him before I have to get ready for the procession.
Please be careful. I don't want anything to happen to you.
And I don't want anything to happen to Kumar.
I explained to her that she must never again hail an utter stranger like that.
Come, Babu. I'm taking you home so you can have something to eat and a rest before we watch the procession tonight.
Wait for me. I'll come with you. Then don't wait. What am I going to do? Who can do anything now? Oh, Vishnu, save our elephant and save all the innocent men and women who are going to pull the chariot. Lord Vishnu, you must come to our rescue.
Raj, what happened to you? Are you all right?
I don't know. It all got too much for me, I think. I must have lost consciousness for a moment.
I know how busy you've been with all the arrangements.
Oh, Sen, it isn't that.
What's the matter? We heard your shout over the speaker stand. In fact, the mayor was interrupted in the middle of his speech. Why shouldn't a man let out a shout if it pleases him? This is a free country, Cappy. In spite of all the silly rules and regulations that our government is weaving around us.
It's just that the mayor had got to the place where he was recommending my epic and saying that Sahitya Akademi ought to award it a prize. And suddenly there was this howl. I recognized Nataraj's voice and came here as soon as I could. Thank you both for worrying about me. I think I'm all right now. It was just... I'd better tell you what the situation is. Vasu is planning to kill the elephant.
He couldn't do that.
Tonight, when the procession gets to the center of town, Vasu is going to shoot the elephant from the window of the attic. Why not change the route of the procession? Or better still, why not drop the procession altogether?
And disappoint thousands of people?
We could leave the elephant out.
What's the procession without an elephant?
The superintendent of police is over there. Let's talk to him about what ought to be done.
I'll talk to him. He knows me. Mr. Superintendent of Police, sir. A word with you, if you please.
Yes? What is it?
We have reason to believe that someone is going to shoot the elephant when the procession reaches the center of town.
Oh? And do you know who this someone is?
Yes, we do. His name is Vasu. He lives in the attic of Nataraj's print shop.
You are Nataraj, are you not?
Yes, sir.
And do you make a habit of letting out rooms to people who shoot elephants?
Of course not. You see,
Nataraj has tried to get rid of the man. But it's not so easy. It was Nataraj who found out about his intention of shooting the elephant and informed us.
How did you find out?
He as much as told me himself.
Just said he thought he would like to take a shot at the elephant.
What he said was that he thought that the elephant might run amok, in which case he'd be doing the town a favor to shoot it.
Does he have an arms license?
Oh, yes, he has an arms license, all right.
In that case, I don't see that anything can be done.
So, any man with an arms license can shoot at anything he likes?
But he says he's simply standing by in case the elephant should go on a rampage.
The doctor at the Government Animal Welfare Center says that Kumar is in good physical and mental health and in no danger of getting out of hand. And the Mahout told me not half an hour ago that Kumar's as gentle as can be. You can go over and look at him now.
But is the Mahout a disinterested observer?
Is Vasu?
No. I'm afraid I can do nothing until there is concrete evidence that a crime has been committed.
But it will be too late then.
Begging your pardon, sir. But it isn't going to look too good in the news sheet I'm beginning to put out. When it says that before the elephant was shot, the superintendent of police was informed that it was very likely to happen.
Couldn't you at least come with us when we go to see this Vasu to tell him the elephant must not be harmed?
I'm afraid that's not possible. I'm the next speaker.
I assure you, sir, I shall have a full report of the speech you made at the festival, which ended in the shooting of the elephant and the death of a number of people, including women and children who were trampled to death in the resulting stampede.
I will send a police inspector with you.
Armed?
Well, of course he'll be armed.
That should be all right, then.
I'll have him meet you by the fountain, and he can accompany you into the print shop.
Are we ready to go up, then? What about you, Inspector?
I won't be coming up with you. I'll wait down here in case you need
If we call, you'd better come quickly.
With your weapon ready, too. All right, Nataraj?
Yes, yes.
Lead the way.
What is this? A deputation?
Can we come in?
I don't know. Can you?
This isn't a very spacious room you have provided. The journalist can crowd in with the wild pig. The poet can stand in over there with the parrot. Now, to what do I owe this honor?
We want to see you about something very urgent.
Well, I don't want to see you about anything. I suppose you realize that I could easily pick up all three of you and toss you downstairs.
It's only fair to tell you that there's an armed policeman down there.
Please, call him up so I can toss him down as well. There is such a thing as privacy, you know.
We have a report that there is likely to be a disturbance while the procession passes down this road tonight.
What's that to do with me?
We think you're going to be the disturbance. That's a holy elephant belonging to the people of Mempi and of Malgudi. You've no right to harm him.
So you all speak for that elephant. Has the elephant asked you to? Do you know anything at all about elephants?
I have a paper here from the veterinary doctor. It says, I have examined Kumar thoroughly. He is in perfect health, more sober than many human beings.
So what?
So it won't be possible to drive him crazy as an excuse for killing him.
You don't learn about elephants in a veterinary college. You learn about them in the jungle.
By killing them?
Precisely. What about you, poet? Why are you silent? Why don't you say something in your monosyllables? Now that's enough. Clear up, all of you.
We'll go away and leave you alone if you promise to leave our procession alone. It's a sacred function. People are out there to be with their God.
If God is everywhere, why follow him in a procession?
Hundreds of people who'll be pulling the chariot could be hurt. Women and children, too.
What's this special point about women and children? Is this some kind of chivalry on your part? If men are to be caught in a stampede, why not women and children also? Isn't that more fair-minded? What's the point of saving women and children alone? What will they do after their men are stamped out? If you are a real philosopher and believe in reincarnation, you will be reborn within a moment with a brand new body. Anyway, do you know why we have so many melas in our country? So that the population may be kept within manageable limits. Haven't you observed it? At Kumbh Mela, thousands and thousands gather, less than the original number go back. Cholera or smallpox, or they just get trampled. How many temple chariots have run over the onlookers at every festival gathering? Have you ever paused to think why it rains like that?
We didn't come here to discuss philosophy.
You can go then. Get out, all of you.
Officer!
A lot of good he'll do you.
What's going on here?
Ask them. They forced their way in here, and I've asked them to leave. That's all that's happened.
You have a gun?
I have two guns. That rifle on the chair and the revolver on the table.
I want to see your license.
There you are, all in order.
Are these guns loaded?
Of course they're loaded. They're not toys, you know.
Do you have a record of all the things you've killed with your guns?
Just look around this room. That's my record. Only the animals, of course. The others I haven't killed yet.
I'll want a written record.
Shut up, Inspector, and get out. I don't have to answer your questions. What's your authority for coming up here and questioning me?
I am acting on the orders of the Superintendent of Police.
Well, it's my order that you clear out and take this lot with you. They have no business here with me.
Don't listen to him, officer. Do your duty.
Shut up, you. Inspector, you are trespassing. Where is your warrant for entering private premises? Come on, produce a warrant, or I'll complain against you for trespass. These men can be my witnesses. I'll wire the Inspector General and the Home Minister. You think you can deal with me as you deal with the bullock cart drivers and cobblers and other ragamuffins you order about? Just whom do you think you are talking to?
I came here in peace to ask something of you.
What? Out with it, man!
I just want to suggest, why don't you let me hold your weapons for you in our market station? You may collect them tomorrow.
Put down that gun. I allow no one to fool around with my rifle. Put it down, or I'll...
If I have to, I'll arrest you for disorderly behavior and lock you up for the night under the Public Safety Act.
Good. Don't let him out till the procession's over.
You lock me up?
Stand back. I'm holding this rifle on you. I'm going to summon more heads.
Don't blow that thing at me! Give me back my rifle!
You've attacked a policeman.
I merely kept him from doing any mischief with a gun.
My arm's broken. You've hit a policeman and wounded him badly.
He hurt himself trying to hold on to my gun when I was taking it back. I never hit anyone. Years ago, I made that a vow. If I had hit you with my fist, do you want to see what would have happened? You see?
The table has just disintegrated.
Do you know what the penalty for striking a police officer in uniform is?
Do you want to know what the consequences of trespass could be for all of you? I don't want to hit anyone. Now you see why. So get out of my room.
His room? His room? We'd better get this man's arm attended to. Let's shoot for this.
If anything happens to the elephant or to the people...
Aren't you coming with us, Nagraj? To take the inspector to hospital?
No. I can't leave this place. Not with him up there getting ready to shoot Kumar.
But there's nothing more we can do here.
I have to think of something. You see, it's all my fault. The trouble with me is that I can never say no to anyone. If I just said no to Vasu the first time he proposed moving in on me, none of this would be happening.
It would probably be happening, but somewhere else.
We'd better go.
Find Sastri. He must be somewhere in the temple grounds. Find him and send him to me. It's very important.
Do you think Sastri can do anything?
Sastri understands Vasu better than anyone else. He never had anything to do with Vasu, you know. He spotted him as a Rakshasa from the very first.
We'll find him.
Sastri, thank heavens you've come. Vasu says he's going to shoot the elephant from the attic window when the procession gets to the market fountain. As his excuse, he's going to say that the elephant was about to go on a rampage.
I expected something like that.
You seem very calm about it.
I'm desolate that such a thing should happen, but I don't see what can be done about it. Kavi told me about your attempt to prevent him from doing such a thing. They came to nothing, as I'd have guessed they would. You people don't know what you're dealing with.
And can't you think of anything we can do?
Pray to the gods. Only the gods can deal with Rakshasa.
That's all right for you, Sastri. You're not responsible for Vasu's being here. His presence, as far as you're concerned, is like a stroke of fate. But I let him stay here. I provided him with the premises for carrying on his murderous trade. The window from which the elephant will be shot is my window. I've got to do something. I was looking at Kumar today when Babu and all the other children were all around him, talking to him and feeding him. And I said to myself, I can't let him be killed. Mutu has the idea that we might hire Kumar out for processions in all the towns and villages around here. We could earn enough money to build a tower for the temple, which would be visible for 50 miles around. Instead of which, poor Kumar will be butchered, his head stuffed and mounted, and his feet turned into umbrella stands. No, I can't let that happen. I can't.
Is he up there now?
Yes. That woman, Rangi, may be up there with him. I thought I heard her bangles a little while ago. Maybe she's been able to talk him out of it. She hates the idea of the elephants being killed as much as we do.
He never paid the slightest attention to any of the women he took up there. He treats them like dirt.
Would it be any good if I held his attention while you quoted from the Upanishads or from the Bhagavad Gita or something?
Whenever he caught me praying, he'd laugh loudly.
But I've got to do something. I'm going up there again for a last try. Suppose I went up there very quietly and he was looking out of the window. I might sneak up on him and stun him from behind so he'd be unconscious when the procession passed.
You might finish off a cobra with a bamboo staff, but it's more likely that the cobra would prove smarter. I think non-violence is your safest policy. Mahatma Gandhi was right to ask us to carry on our fight with the weapon of non-violence. The chances of getting hurt are much less.
But I don't care about that. I don't care what happens to me if I can just keep Vasu from killing the elephant. After all, who'd miss me? Kamala thinks I've been carrying on with Rangi. I suppose Babu might miss me for a while, but children get over these things very quickly. I'm going up there.
I'll come with you.
Will you, Sastri? That's very good of you, and very brave. Come, we'll go up. Very quietly now. I can't hear anything. Wait a minute. I think I can hear him breathing. Very regular, as though he were asleep.
Are you going to knock?
The door's not locked. There he is, sitting by the window. He is asleep. Asleep.
The procession he was waiting for is almost here. How can that be?
Look, beside his chair, a half-eaten carton of palau. Rangi brought it to him. Do you suppose she put some kind of dope or sleeping drug in it? She said she was going to try to keep him from killing Kumar.
That's what she must have done, just like Mohini.
Mohini?
The dancing girl in whose guise the god dealt with Rakshasa Bhasmasura.
That's right.
So you see, that's why I said that the only thing we could do was to pray.
Shall we go down and watch the procession?
But how do we know that the effect of whatever Rangi gave him will be lasting? Vasu's no ordinary mortal, you know.
What do you suggest then?
His rifle is leaning against the sill. I'm going to get his rifle and keep it pointed at him till the procession has gone by, just in case. You don't have to stay any longer, Sastry, if you want to go now.
No, I'd better stay, in case he does wake up. I don't know what help I'd be, but...
Thank you, my old friend. I'm going to get the rifle.
On tiptoe.
I've got it.
What happened?
The front sight caught on the mosquito netting. I'm afraid I pulled it all down. Listen. With any luck, it'll pass by. Then I'll put the rifle back and we can creep downstairs. I'm sorry you'll miss the procession.
The important thing is that the procession takes place without any disaster.
How wrong you can be about people. Imagine Rangi having the nerve to do a thing like that. What Vasu will do to her when he finds out doesn't bear thinking about. We'll have to find some way to protect her, Sastry.
Indeed we shall. She's attached to the temple. That ought to help.
What's that?
He's just groaning in his sleep.
Look, he's moving.
His eyes are opening.
Did I fall asleep? Has the procession passed? Where's my gun? It's here, Vasu. Pointed at your heart.
Why, you? I'll break you to pieces. Didn't you see what I did to that policeman?
I don't want to shoot you, Vasu. I've never shot at anything in my life. I'm only seeing to it that you don't shoot our elephant.
I hear the procession. It's getting closer.
Let it go by, Vasu. Let it go by peacefully, and I'll give you back your gun and go away.
You'll give me back my gun? I'll take my gun as soon as the procession is in sight. And then I'll hold you and make you watch me kill that elephant. And then I'll throw you out of the window. And you, old man, what are you going to do about it? Pray?
Don't come any closer. I'll fire.
Give me the gun.
No.
Who let those mosquitoes in? Give me that gun.
I'll fire.
You won't. It isn't loaded. I was going to put in a heavier charge for the elephant, and I haven't done it yet. You even turned the gun away from me when you test to see if it's loaded. You couldn't kill anybody. Me? I have no such difficulty. You signed your death warrant when you took my rifle and pointed it at me. They will have to say I killed you in self-defense. The old man won't dare say anything else.
Oh, no.
Those damn mosquitoes!
What in the world happened?
Don't you see? He slapped at the mosquitoes buzzing round his head. A slap so powerful it finished him. It's just like Bhasmasura placing his head on his forehead and reducing himself to ashes.
The superintendent of police wants to hold his investigation into Vasu's death here today. You'll have to be on hand, Sastry.
The police can't understand things like this. Every demon appears in the world with a special boon of indestructibility. Yet the universe has survived all the Rakshasas that were ever born. Every demon carries within him, unknown to himself, a tiny seed of self-destruction and goes up in thin air at the most unexpected moment. Otherwise, what is to happen to humanity?
I wouldn't tell them all that if I were you. Just stick to the facts.
I have to tell the truth as I see it.
I'm not suggesting that you depart from the truth. Only that you keep to those truths that will get me out of trouble. I can tell that the superintendent of police thinks I killed Vasu.
It's all over town that you killed him. Everybody is praising you for it.
I may have contributed to it. By going up to the room that last time and taking the rifle, I may have put him in a state that proved fatal to him. But I don't want to go to jail for it.
You won't. If you contributed to Vasu's death, you were acting as God's agent.
All the same, we'd better keep to what actually happened.
Do you think we should have said anything about Rangi, about the pulao with the sleeping drug in it?
No. There'd be no point in exposing her to their prying and questioning.
And what time is the superintendent coming here?
At 3 o'clock.
As Superintendent of Police of Malgudi District, I've ordered this investigation into the death of one H. Vasu. On the day of the festival, I was approached by several people who are here today. They told me that they were afraid that this Vasu might try to disrupt the procession by killing the elephant. They described this Vasu as a very evil character, capable of any villainy. Am I not correct in this?
Yes, sir.
But, however bad a man this Vasu was, if an unlawful act has been performed against him, we must find and arrest the culprit. The last two people to see Vasu alive are in this room. Mr. Natharaj and Mr. Sastri. Mr. Natharaj admits taking Vasu's rifle while he was asleep, saying he only wanted to use it to keep Vasu from shooting through the window at the elephant when the procession passed. Mr. Natharaj's fingerprints are on the rifle. Is that correct, Mr. Natharaj?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sastri confirms that statement. He goes on to say that Vasu threatened to take the rifle, which was unloaded, away from Mr. Natharaj. That as Vasu was about to act, a swarm of mosquitoes buzzed about his head, and in slapping at them, he rendered himself a mortal blow. There were several smashed mosquitoes in Vasu's head, but the account is very hard to believe. Is that what you claim happened, Mr. Natharaj?
Would one make up a story like that, sir?
Possibly not. I have here a report from the pathologist. H. Vasu of Junagadh died of a concussion received on the right temple on the frontal bone delivered by a blunt instrument. Although there is no visible external injury to the part, the inner skull covering is severely injured and has resulted in fatality. Now, that report of the injury is compatible with the account of Mr. Vasu's death given by Mr. Sastri and Mr. Natharaj. It does not fit with what might seem a likely cause of Vasu's death, that Mr. Natharaj hit him over the head with a rifle he had taken. Mr. Sen, you're a man used to ferreting out the truth. Do you believe the account given by Mr. Sastri and Mr. Natharaj?
I do, and have said so in my news report. This Vasu was a very evil man with a fierce temper and a malignant tongue. I can easily imagine him in a fit of rage, doing himself such an injury. He is no loss to our community. We are indebted to Nataraj for his persistence on the day of the festival in trying to restrain Vasu from a dreadful act of violence.
Mr. Covey.
I agree entirely.
I call on the police inspector who accompanied Mr. Sen and Mr. Covey and Mr. Natharaj when they saw Vasu that afternoon. Do you believe in the account of Vasu's death that has been given?
I do, sir. I told the deceased that I wished to take his rifle and keep it at the police station until the procession was over.
And what did Vasu say to that?
He jerked the rifle away, damaging my arm, as you can see.
On the basis of these depositions, which I will have drawn up for all of you to sign, I do not believe it is necessary to pursue this matter further. I shall enter a judgment of, could hardly call it suicide, although I suppose that's what it actually was. Of misadventure. Yes, Mr. Natharaj. Was there something more you wanted to say?
Just that Vasu put himself in charge of fundraising to pay for the festival. He raised quite a lot of money, but the festival committee never saw any of it. When all his belongings, including stuffed animals, which are worth quite a sum, are sold off, the money should go to paying all the bills and to providing an honorarium for Mr. Kavi, author of Radha Kalyan. So you see, that was my connection with Rangi.
I didn't really think you had anything to do with her. I was just cross because you seem to have been neglecting Babu and me. Now I understand why. Oh, I'm so glad you got rid of that awful man.
And the police say that I didn't get rid of him.
Everybody knows that you stood up to him. That's why he's not here to bully us and frighten us anymore. Babu can see you in the shop whenever he wants to. He's terribly excited about everything, you know.
He has been telling all his friends how his father killed a Rakshasa single-handed.
In The Man-Eater of Malgudi by R.K. Narayan, dramatized by William Ash, Nataraj was played by Sam Dastoor, Vasu by Bhaskar, Sen by Harmej Singh Kalirai, and Kavi by Rashid Karapiet. Shastri was Kaleem Janjua, Ramaswamy Ayub Khan Din, the police superintendent Tariq Alibai, and the waste paper man Amjad Salim. Kamla was Charubala Choksi, Rangi Shobu Macaulay, Muthu and the police inspector Paul Baisley, and Mahoot Amarjeet Dew. The Man-Eater of Malgudi was directed in Manchester by K. Patrick.